showed us just what's possible if you put enough heart into it. This afternoon, it's the turn of the K1 under 23 women. There's the equipment, double-bladed paddle, kayak you sit in. Minimum weight's wrong on that graphic. It's actually 8 kilos for the minimum weight, 520 for the maximum length. And the world champion is correct. It is Melina Andersson from Sweden. She's aged out now, so she won't be contesting this. There's the start lineup. Hannah Scott from Australia, Odette Vorst from Netherlands, Chepe from Hungary, Milova from Czech, Jade Wilson from South Africa alongside her compatriot Sasha Hockley, Nasu from Japan, Foray from France. Kobayashi from Japan, Olsen from Denmark, Hogland from Sweden, Fink from Germany, Hostrup from Denmark, Amundarian from Spain, Toledo from Spain, and Cinco from Hungary. Onto the third page, Brianna Jones from Australia, Doreen Kemp from New Zealand, Norway's Elsa Stensholt lines up next to Sweden's Ella Richter, Elise Erland from Norway, Juliana Otero, and Great Britain's Isla Bethune on the outside of the draw. Excuse me. So lots of top-end athletes in this one. Probably looking at maybe a favourite, Panna Chepe from Hungary, second at the World Championships last year, to Melina Andersson. Quite a long way down on her though, over 2.5 minutes. Remember that race last year in Portugal, Melina Andersson made it her own pretty much from the start and paddled away from the rest of the crowd. So Saskia Hockley, third in the Junior World Championships last year. She lines up for South Africa in boat 256. Katarina Milova, European champion and 6th last year at the Worlds, has to be on the list also. Pernille Hostrup, 4th last year and 2nd at the Europeans, also in the game. So very packed field. I think we're looking primarily, I mean, already sticking my neck out here. We've got Chepe from Hungary, Milova from Czech, Hockley, South Africa, Hostrup from Denmark, Toledo from Spain, 3rd at the Europeans, and Cinco from Hungary, only 5th at the Europeans though. So if I've left your favourite athlete off the list, they can live to prove me wrong, but it's going to be a good race. We know that. One change was Rebecca Georgesdotter was penciled in to race for Sweden in 261, but instead of that we've got Hogland, and I'm sure she'll do a good job. 252 there from the Netherlands, Yvette van Voorst, saw her do a very credible job in the short course yesterday.
Ivan, before the athletes get underway, just a quick heads up to the athletes that are involved in the medals for the K2 junior women and the C1 under 23 men. You need to get down to the medal ceremony right now. Those medal ceremonies are going to take place straight after the start of this race.
So Denmark in the background. C2s also, they'll be on the course at the same time. That's our second race, C2 junior men. And the third race on the course, 10 minutes after the first, will be the C1 under 23 women. K1 under 23 women, 6 laps, 5 portages, 1 small lap. There's one of your main contenders facing us there from Hungary, 251. Also Hannah Scott from Australia, 10th last year, no slouch.
Gentle wind still blowing in from the west here at Lake Yels. So it'll be a wind on the backs of the athletes as they head away from the start line in a minute or two's time. Expecting this one to be fast and furious, Ivan. I think the nature of this field means that there's going to be no place for complacency.
All the races so far have been of high quality. You know, we saw the Junior Women's K1 was our kick-off event yesterday morning. That was high quality. Actually, one of the juniors from that, Isla Bethune from Great Britain's, remember she had that incident with her rudder, bashing the rudder off. So she's signed up for this one and hopefully reclaim some
as the youngest in
credits in this. I would guess she's the youngest in the field. 2005 birthday, Juliana Otero 2004. There's a couple of 2004s in there.
No, she's the only one, so she is the youngest. But hats off to her.
Or
I mean,
Kobayashi 2005 as well. So, yeah.
shows a big heart. Speaks volumes.
I think it's, unfinished business after yesterday. She'd had a good race up to the point where it went terminally wrong. So, get back in it. Hopefully have a good one here today.
Those sort of things get noticed by this crowd. I mean, the crowd picked up on that Australian women's K2 boat that had the swim and went on to finish the race flat out, and made a profound impression. That's Saskia Hockley, surf ski world champion, podium last year. Brings a lot of confidence into the race this year. She's racing alongside Jade Wilson from the Eastern Cape as they come down to the start line. Any moment they'll be off. Hockley, one of the last to join. Wilson just to her left. Katerina Milova.
Away they go. Third up from the bottom, Elise Erland from Norway. In the middle there is Hostrup from Denmark.
Very fast start from one of the Spanish boats as well.
So it's going to come together. Milova on the far side. Hostrup in the middle on her own in that white and red boat.
Julie Olsen in the white boat in the colours of Denmark, going nicely at the start.
C1w there, gradually asserting some dominance in the middle of the field. Milova's had a look over her right shoulder. She knows she needs to get across and get across fairly sharpish.
There's a gradual coming together.
You'd want to be on the outside of either of these groups, because when these two come together, there's going to be a little bit of chaos. C1w moving extremely well, but she's gone to Milova. Hostrup's going to be squeezed out. It's going to get very, very tight. Hostrup holds her place. C1w doesn't make it in. To the right of C1w is the, I can't remember, I'm all over the place on that, but to her right, Bethune of Great Britain. So a front group of about 12 people at the moment.
Once again, we need to make a quick appeal to the medal winners in the K2 Junior Women and the C1 Men, the under-23 men's C1. Please, can you come up to the medal holding area? That's immediately alongside the big screen just behind the portage area.
Milova, Chepe, Erland there, Bethune,
Brianna Jones in the Australian colours. Big, big, big bunch.
gradually getting bigger. We've got a few people joining in from the back there. So Denmark, we've got 2 Hungarians, 2 Danes, Great Britain, Czech, Norway, 2 South Africans. South Africans green and yellow. Czech in the red, white and blue boat.
Tactically, your head starts to spin at this stage when you see such a big group at the front. You'd be happy with
Bethune making her way across into the more central line of the group. It's a good move. She can make it stick. She can find a V on that side somewhere. Was on the right hand side of the group that was trailing out. Now got herself fixed much more centrally. South Africans looking very composed there. Australia safe to the side of the lead Hungarian, maybe being challenged by the green boat of South Africa.
The Frenchwoman Mathilde Foray fishing for a place.
It's very hard to get a depth perception with a picture like this. It's not a 50 boat group. It is just, I think, about 12 in that front group, then gaps between some of the others.
Otero scratching at the back. So, just about time to take you to the start of the next race, which is underway. It's the C2 Junior Men. They are being called down to the start line. That's the craft you're looking at. Of course, 2 athletes, each of them using a single-bladed paddle. Maximum weight of 14. Let's have a look at the athletes we have lined up here. Spain, Velasco Infantes. Poland with Alex Vilga back on the water. Unbelievable, along with Kubica. Nagy and Mary in the colours of Hungary. The other Hungarian boat, Ludanyi and Vonga. Spain fielding Sanchez and Colastra. And Argentina with Catalano and Vergalvin. Portugal fielding Batista and Bento. Japan with Ueno and Maeda. Small field, lots of quality in here. This should be entertaining. 2 boats drifting into the starting stall from the bottom. That's the Hungarian boat of Nagy and Meri.
Still a bit of chaos on that start line. Spaniards there, potentially one of the favourites. And away they go.
Once again, this is now an urgent appeal for the medalists in the 2 events that have just preceded this. Please could you present yourselves for the medal ceremony, which is now due to start immediately after the start of this race. So the medal ceremony is due now. With the junior women's K2 medalists, please present themselves. Medal ceremony formalities literally about to get underway right now.
So Hungary and Spain. So frequently we see Hungary, Spain and Poland in the running for medals in these canoe events. Spain top of your picture and bottom of your picture as we speak. Poland, I think, struggling out to the back, and the 2 Hungarians there in the white shirts. So 4-boat race at the moment. Back Hungarians struggling in the backwash of the lead 3. They've come out to the right now and joined the poles.
Wind here at Lake Yale's not really a factor, but those 2 boats at the bottom of the screen drifting off to the right, of course.
Ludanyi and Vonga leading at the moment.
Infantes Velasco shadowing them up. Quickly down to 3 at the front.
The other Hungarians of Nagy and Meri off to the right hand side, back with Poland's Vilga and Kubica. Sanchez and Colastra in the black and white boat to the right of your leaders. Spanish boat, all in white, is Velasco and Infantes paddling on the same side, as are the poles, both on the left and this. No, it's not. It's both.
One left,
So
one
hang
right.
on. We got two Spanish crews. One crew is paddling all on the right, and the other crew is paddling all on the left. That's got to be unusual. Think they got in the wrong boat? No, it's not unusual to see the canoe paddlers paddle on the same side. I mean, it's not conventional, but increasingly you see that, especially in the women's C2 actually on the sprints. A lot of those girls paddle on the same side. Hungarians more traditional, one paddler each side, which logically makes a little more sense. But while they've been going, we've started the C1 under 23 women. We've seen some of these paddlers already this weekend. Elizabeth Preitz, Batka, Hegedus.
Zoe Bergeron from Team Canada is back on the water. Helena Olsen from Denmark as well.
So Germany's Annette Veerman. Or is it Preitz? Sorry, I'll get you a.
Does look
Annette
like
Veerman.
Veerman.
Leading at the moment.
Right, this is a final appeal for the medal ceremonies for the K2 junior women. We urgently need Maria Martinez and Lydia Zornoza, and we urgently need Ianca Reitz and Claudia Cametio. Please can you come down to the medal holding area immediately. Similarly, men's under 23, Jaime Duro, Eric Vilja, who's on the water, which explains why he's not going to come down to the medal ceremony, and Diego Pinheiro. How many of them are on the water? Eric Vilga is definitely on the water.
Alex.
Is that Alex on the water? So Eric Vilga, we definitely need you on the podium, please. Jaime Duro, please can you get here right away? And Diego Pinheiro. Medal ceremony is about to start now, and you are late.
So under 23, women's C1 presses on. In the lead currently, Vevikova of Czech Republic. Behind her, Annette Veerman in the red boat. And out to her right, I think Imola Batka, but we'll get confirmation of that. Now we get the close-up shots. So 291, Vevikova. 293 is Imola Batka. 295, Annette Veerman. 292, Karolina Hegedus. And you see top of your shot, the leaders in the under 23 women just passing across the top of the screen.
You've got to have eyeballs in the back of your head here. We've got
294
three
Chavez.
big races on the go at the same time. There they come. 6 at the front now.
So South Africa lead. Oh, Cinco there.
Cinco's at the front for Hungary.
I'm not sure if that's the front group there. I think the front group is in front of these girls.
Pana Cinco, great shot of her in action.
That's the front group there.
So Saskia Hockley at the front.
Is it? I'm just trying to work out.
Slows right down. Just on her inside is Panatsepe. Inside her, Hannah Scott of Australia. Saskia Hockley now settling down onto the wave. Jade Wilson is in the green boat right on the left of that bunch.
So Milova leading at the moment. Bethune to her right. That's the junior who broke her rudder yesterday, having another great race today. So this is a chase group. I don't know what the distances are. Looks like about 50 meters on the water there.
So Miliver taking the pull at the front now. Panachepe with her. Hannah Scott of Oz in the white shirt and the glasses, looking cool. Jade Wilson in the green boat.
So top 7 and the chase group. Chepe takes the lead from Miliver. Miliver to her right. The Australian to the left. Hannah Scott in the yellow boat. Jade Wilson in green. Hockley in the other yellow boat. And at the back of the group there, I think is, I don't know, we'll come back to that. First bottom turn. Everyone going to get round safely.
So the under-23 women's K1 race going around the bottom turn safely. Ivan, we're going to turn our attention to the podium now for the next couple of minutes. So we're going to recognize the medalists in 2 of the earlier events. So the next event that is on the medal ceremony is the K2 Junior Women.
So that group of 7 continues to pull away from the chase group, which seems to have lost a bit of momentum. So Hungarian doing the damage at the front. Chepe leads. Miliver.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists in the K2 Junior Women. These medals will be presented by Diego Doga of the ICF Para Canoe Committee and assisted by Antje Hockley of South Africa. The bronze medal, representing Hungary, Janka Reitz and Claudia Cometio. The silver medal, representing Spain, Maria Martinez, Lydia Zornoza. And your gold medal, and the world champions from South Africa, Georgia Singer and Holly Smith.
Congratulations to all our medalists. The national anthem of South Africa.
We got the presenter wrong. Excuse me? We got the presenter wrong. Yeah, I know that. I'll do it now.
Congratulations to our medalists, and our thanks to Colin Simpkins, ICF board member, for presenting these medals.
Are we ready to go with the next one? Not yet. Oh, they will confirm. They need to hurry up. Yeah, they do need to hurry up. They're interrupting our race. Lene er næste medalje til at klar. Ham mangler vi navn på. Og I har fået det et par gange før, det er ikke nok? Spanish, do we have the name of the Spanish team?
So as the obligatory selfies are taken on the podium, the C2 junior men come past. And in first place we have Hungary's Ludanyi and Vonga. In second, Velasco and Infantes from Spain. In third, Vilga and Kubica from Poland. Fourth, Sanchez and Calastra from Spain. And fifth.
So, Ivan, before we get to the awards ceremony for the C1 men under 23, we can probably catch a quick update with what's been happening on the water.
There's your leaders, Ludanyi and Vonga from Hungary. A good break from the Spaniards behind them. And it's single file in the junior men's C2 at the moment. That race, 4 laps, 3 portages. No portage at the end of this upcoming lap.
Mangas.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists from the C1 under-23 men. These medals will be presented by Terry Best, board member of the International Canoe Federation, and assisted by Roman Mangas Jose Andres, the member from the team of Spain. The bronze medal, representing Spain, Diego Pinheiro. The silver medal, representing Poland, Eric Vilga. And your gold medal, and the world champion representing Spain, Jaime Duro. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Spain. Congratulations to our three medalists. That concludes the medal ceremony for the C1 under-23 men. Ivan, time to focus our action back on the water. We've got 3 races underway.
So just opposite us in commentary, opposite the podium there, the junior women's C1, under-23 women's C1 is heading back after its first long lap. We've got Germany in the red boat with Annette Vejen, and in the blue boat Elzbieta Vevikova of Czech Republic. Hungarians just behind that with Batka and Hegedus. In the junior men's C2, while the presentations were going on, we had first place Hungary with Ludani and Vonga, second Spain with Velasco and Infantes, third Poland with Vilga and Kubica, fourth Spain with Sanchez and Colastra. As we look up the course, we can see the under-23 women's, big crowd of them up there. Whether those two groups came back together or not, we will find out shortly. To our left, though, in commentary and on your screen, is Czech Republic and Germany head-to-head in the under-23 women's C1. Vevikova currently with the lead over the German. 2 Hungarians together, just about 50 meters behind, working together. That's Batka in the white boat and Hegedus in the black and green boat. There's your leaders though. Distinctive blue shirt of the Czech Republic and the Germans, and here's your lead group. Minus Bethune from Great Britain, who did well to stay for a lap and a half, but now on her own and falling back to that second group. So Chepe leads. Hostrup in the blue and white boat. Milliver, red, white and blue on the far side. Then the two South Africans, Hockley and Wilson, just overtaking one of the tail enders in the C1. And the Australian, Hannah Scott, 251. That group making great progress towards their first portage, which will come in about 2 minutes time, less than 2 minutes time now. They're directly opposite us in commentary. Chepe looking very strong, very smooth at the front there. Hostrup looking good to our left. South Africa 1 and 2, yellow and green. Hannah Scott at the back of that group. Just dropping round to the inside of the green boat of the South African. Portage number 1, we'll see what everyone's got. Currently Hannah Scott just dangling a little way off this front group of 5. Milliver goes right, along with the yellow boat of Hockley, third last year in the junior race. So Hockley and Milliver go right. Chepe in the white boat, first to rise. Hostrup, a late rise for the green boat of Jade Wilson, takes her back to Hannah Scott, and we could have a 4-boat front group here.
Hockley going through the seconding lane, quickly back into the mainstream.
We could have a 3-boat front group here.
And looking to run deep. Let's see what works out.
So Czech, Hungary, South Africa, Denmark just getting in a boat now. Wilson of South Africa, bit slow on the get out and the get in. It's 3 away, and Milliver is leaving there with some intent to make this 3 the 3 medalists. It's early days, I know, but gaps open up and they're so hard to close. Milliver presses on. Wilson in that second group. Through comes Bethune. On her own, she'll be caught by that group behind. It might be worth having a little breather and a little rest just to gather yourself before a big group like that catches you up. Having all sorts of trouble getting in.
She's taking forever to get in.
Spaniard away. Hungarian away. Denmark with Olsen in all sorts of trouble also.
Emptying.
New Zealand there with Kemp. Denmark's Julie Olsen. had a torrid time there. Her drinks bag's all wrapped around her neck. She's going to have to get rid of that, I think. No, she's just organised it. And Julie Olsen finds herself with work to do.
Emma Kemp in the colours of New Zealand there. Biomedical science student at the moment from the Mana Club in Wellington. Originally from Canada, but then moved to New Zealand when she was young, making her mark.
So there's your front three. Hockley, Chepe and Miller. And they seem intent on working. You know, Hockley, Dave, she happy enough to do some work to keep this as a 3, or would she rather have company?
She's an incredibly streetwise young woman. She's been racing since she was very young. She actually came into paddling through surf lifesaving. And the one thing that surf lifesaving does is it almost accelerates the teaching of the sort of life skills and sports skills that make you a very adept and streetwise human being. So currently coached by Matt Bowman, who is also very good at passing on that those astute sporting skills that allow you to deal with heat of the moment decisions really well. So she's wise beyond her years.
Actually, talking of Hockleys and names and stuff, Dave, didn't you muck up the names on the medal presentations a minute ago?
For who? Never muck up a name.
For who was presenting the medals?
Well, I'm thinking of a Rodriguez song. Monkey
It was just a rumour.
A monkey in silk is a monkey no less. So I thought I would cut him a bit of slack. No, I suspect the fines committee is going to come at me hard. I was just reading a script in my defence.
There was the gasp of excitement. Headed over to the canoes now, and it's the Hungarians still in the lead as they were on the previous lap. Ludanyi and Vonga untroubled at the front. They've pulled out a bit more distance on the Spaniards, who were second, who have now been joined by Alex Vilga and Christian Kubica of Poland. So Hungary for portage number 1.
They're cantering away with this genteel exit, it must be said.
Cantering may not describe the exit from that portage.
They were cantering until that point. They've earned the luxury to be able to take some time as they get onto the pontoon.
The Poles appear to have dropped the Spaniards on the turn in the background there as well. The Hungarians come through.
Ludanyi Vonga in front of the crowd, where they're getting well-deserved round of applause. Comfortable running that C2. Down to the podium they come.
They were running just ahead of Haruna Kobayashi of Japan.
Equally unflustered put-in. And they paddle out of this little harbour in front of the spectator zone here in Lake Yels.
Second place here.
Vilga and Kubica.
And third place running through the support lane. They've lost a lot of ground on this lap, the Spaniards, Velasco and Infantes. And they're not going to leave with the Poles on this one either.
The rest of the C2s now taking out for the portage in the background. Velasco and Infantes with work to do now.
Get a feeling their meaningful working days might be over.
They might have just painted themselves into a bit of a corner, and they
Sanchez and Calastra.
The risk they run is that they're going to get caught by the Spanish boat, the second Spanish boat.
I think they're going to.
If there was any confidence of sitting in that podium position, and they could just race their own race. And the Spaniards are all over the shop.
Picking up their drink systems there before they leave for this next long lap. Just disturb their directional control for a minute there. So they're off and away now.
Good stuff in there. back in business. Now the meaningful split here would be between third and fourth. See if there's a race within a race evolving. And there's a significant amount of space that you can see there.
So there's the whole race there in shot. Hungary, Poland, Spain, Spain and Hungary. Velasco and Infantis second at the Europeans earlier this year.
This is lap 3 in the C2 junior men's race.
Kubica and Vilga only managed 5th at that European Championship. So Poles seem to be overperforming, and there they are in shot.
Busy weekend for the Vilga family. Certainly got their fair share of TV time as well.
I would tell you get more TV time in the canoes because there's less of you.
Yeah, possibly. I think the efforts by the marathon committee have been to afford the sea boats as much of a fair share of the action here. It's always a challenge because inherently those boats are going to move at different speeds. So starting them simultaneously means that there's always going to be an overlapping and a blurring of those races. Velasco and Infantes
currently lying in 3rd place. 60 metres down on the boat in front of them from Poland, who in turn are probably over 100 metres down on the boat in front of them. Oh, we got a swimmer in the junior women's C1. That's the Czech girl, 291.
Veverkova, Alzbeta Veverkova in the drink.
She's got time to recover, I think. Is she going to climb into that? That's some
well
going.
played.
She should get in before those Hungarians arrive.
Oh, she's back in the drink. She was 90% of the way back. And every time she does that, she's shipping more water.
The German on her own, doing a great job.
Now she's, of course, broadsides to the approaching
Pretty
traffic.
impressive to get back in.
Well
She's
done.
going to be with the Hungarians.
Good job. She won't hear it, but there's a real round of applause for the crowd.
Full of water there. You can see it slopping about inside.
And the sea boats don't have pumps, so she's going to have to ship that all the way down to the portage takeout.
So she's still...
It also affects your steering. That water, as it sloshes around forward and backward and side to side, makes steering difficult.
You can see it just under her front foot splashing up every now and then. And here's the front of the under-23 women's K1. A little bit of chatter going there. Hockley thinking it might not be her turn still. So Milova and Chepe move forward, and they've got a decent lead over the 3 behind them.
Hockley looking relaxed and comfortable.
That's
she's very good at taking charge of what goes on in a bunch. She's one of those
bossy women.
Careful, you tend to get black eyes for things like that. Let's just say she's a natural general in the heat of fray.
Call it what you like, but be very careful.
In fact, she's one of the nice ones. She's not a bossy person at all. But to me, it just showed somebody that exudes confidence, to be able to look around and take charge and tell people what they need to do, where and when, just how quickly and when to stop.
So these 3 haven't broken away solidly from the 3 behind them. The 3 behind, Hannah Scott, Jade Wilson, and one more, who could be Hostrup from Denmark, I would assume. We'll get checks on that at some point. But this is your lead 3.
Was that you checking on the check? Sorry.
Blew me away there. So yeah, there's Wilson. It is Scott. And it is Hostrup. So that's a solid group as well. And I'm just trying to think who in there has the power to close the gap on the front. I don't know Wilson well at all.
Jade would do anything to be able to bridge back and then join Saskia as a teammate, because I do think they have the capacity to work together.
It's just, I'm not sure I see the power in that group that can close that gap. That's a fair gap.
Call. That's a fair call.
So there's your top 6 in shot. Just in front of these K1s is the C1 group that now includes the Czech, Vevikova, and the 2 Hungarians, Hegedus and Batka. Chepe leading, coming into portage 2. So they've got 6 laps and 5 portages. So a long, long way to go in this race yet.
And as deceptive as it looks, that front trio is moving at pace. It's always good to see somebody looking so relaxed in a boat, even when it's at pace and in the heat of fray like this. Look at Tsepe's, how relaxed her shoulders are. Happy to look around and advise that her time at the front is coming to an end and it's about time for her to rotate.
Chepe definitely the technical quality in the group. C1's just being overtaken now. Vevikova back with the 2 Hungarians. Up the front on her own though is the German Vejen, probably about a minute in front of those 3. Under 23 women overtaking with no trouble at all. So Chepe second last year in this race to Melina Anderson, but could only manage 4th at the Europeans. So maybe hasn't been her best year this year so far. This is the time to make up for that.
Milova, comfortable but focused.
She looks the least relaxed of the 3, I think.
And the mission at this stage surely is now to, as much as Saskia would like to pull her compatriot back onto the front bunch, it's in their interests as they go around that bottom turn can now and run the portage hard and make sure that their 3 are safe. Mission 1, put space between them and any challenges for podium places. Haven't even reached halfway point in the race. So secure the podium, get through the miles, start plotting a plan for the sharp end.
So here's the leader in the women's C1. Under 23s, Annette Vejen. A lot of water in that boat.
There is.
She's got an opportunity, well, plenty of time to empty that out. She had a little look at it, and there she goes.
Oh, that's sharp.
Away and clear. I don't think I've ever seen a World Championship C1 race being won by a German before. This is a first, and I really hope she can make it stick.
Well, she's holding all of the cards now.
So Annette Vejen, 2 portages down, 3 to go. Leaders in the K1 coming in to the other end of the portage. That was actually the second group coming in. This is the first group, obviously. Milova, Chepe and Hockley. It's good news for the South Africans. You rarely see South Africans fade relative to the others in the second half. That's one thing they seem to be very good at, is the actual distance.
Yeah, I think they can thank their culture of long-distance river
Yeah.
marathon racing for that. They spend year-round doing multi-day races, and I know Hank McGregor repeatedly said their ability to do successive days of 40, 50 kilometers for 3 or 4 days at a time is what
Yeah.
builds that endurance depth.
This is a bit unfortunate having the two groups overlapping on the portage. 3 K1s look like they're safe for now. Jade Wilson a little slow to get in. Rudder's stuck on the sand, taking a bit of time
she
to get
might
away, and
struggle.
is still with the C1s, which will take her a little while to overhaul before she can get back to these two, Hostrup and Scott.
Jade Wilson's part of a setup that trains with Andy Burkett and Nikki Burkett and the Fens down in the Eastern Cape, the Border Canoe Club. They've got a great vibe going down at Nahoon. Work at a very high intensity level, mixing up their training with a bit of time in a surf ski.
The Spaniard running through in the C1.
C1 nearly took off without her.
That's Chavez in the white boat with green tips. And another group.
Of K1s coming through.
Cinco from Hungary. That's the Dutch Van Voorst. She's doing well to claw back. She was a bit far down early on. Second Spaniard, Gorinsky. France in the K1 there.
Gorinsky coming down to the put-in
Foray.
with quite a bit of water in the back of the boat. It doesn't seem to be worrying her. She's taking off with a C1 pretty laden with water.
Along with the Japanese paddler there, also Yuki Baba. So group of 4, led by Cinco of Hungary.
So heading towards the sharp end of the race for the women's under-23 C1.
I think there's a learning curve to be had by some of the teams who are newer to this.
And that's
To squirt whatever liquid it is into the face of your athlete while they're trying to keep moving is just highly impractical.
Yeah, and that's Zoe Bergeron getting a bit of help. I think it is Jeremy Pullen doing the duties as the hander of this solid plastic mug in your face. Zoe Bergeron on her way.
And the second German C1 of Elizabeth Preitz, 297.
Zoe Bergeron, I know everybody, and literally everybody in Coburg, Ontario, will be whooping away. Tiny little town that she's she's very much the sort of proud representative of, even though she's gone and moved on to paddle in Mississauga and elsewhere. Coburg very proudly hold her up as one of their best.
Think of Germany there getting in, 262. All on her own, with nobody really in sight. That isn't Bourgil and
No,
Zukura.
it's
They're
Kubica
just
and
a borrowed
Vilga.
boat. Kubica and Vilga.
It's a good thing there's no pedantic ITO ruling about having the wrong names on your boat.
Japan choosing to shoulder her boat. It's not a bad plan. I mean, it's not executed particularly well, but
You do need to keep it straight. That's the trick.
it's not a bad idea. It's quite a long run. It obviously keeps the rudder safe. Just needs a bit of a lesson in where to position that boat on the shoulder.
Kobayashi's
Whoa,
starting off with
whoa.
an she's
That was
in,
gonna
and
happen.
it's all going wrong, and she's going to have to empty now. Haruna
C2.
Kobayashi, she's being
Polish.
shaded at the put-in.
Polish C2 about a minute behind the leaders from Hungary, who are still Ludani and Vonga.
Spain on the run in the C2 race.
They look like they're about 20 seconds behind the Polish. They're on lap 4 of 4 already. C1 on lap 3 of 3.
Velasco Infantes.
So one more big lap to go. One more portage for the C1 women. One more portage for the C2 men.
The one thing I did notice when I was allowed to escape our hutch is that the wind is picking up, and you can see it in that wide shot. It always comes in from left to right on the course, from the west here at Lake Gels. But it is picking up. It's of no consequence at all. In fact, it's quite pleasant as you start heading off. But on the way back, and certainly down the finish straight, it will be straight into the face. So
Ludani and Vonga. And Japanese athlete
Tenki Nasu.
Hungary 2, just behind the Spaniards. All sorts of chaos getting in there. Ended up straddling the boat, but away they go.
Nagi and Mary.
Nagy and Murray currently in 5th position. Sanchez and Calastra from Spain in 4. Velasco and Infantes in 3. Vilga and Kubica in 2. And Hungary lead with Ludani and Vonga.
Vilga and Kubica just taking some time to adjust their drinking systems. Both wearing drinking systems, one camelback style, one hanging around the neck rather than anything in the boat.
You would think a camelback style that high out of the boat would decrease
mobility,
at least comfort, but stability. You're waving a litre, let's call it a litre, kilogram of water around that high up. Just seems like it would be uncomfortable. They've obviously tried and tested, and that's the system they're happy with, and that's what they're sticking with.
On top of all of it, it'll be hot.
300 there is Helena Olsen from Denmark. It's all quite quiet down this end of the course now. Most of the racing up the other end.
Solitary paddler coming to the takeout under absolutely no pressure.
Helena Olsen running through.
Solitary Dane in this race. Just puzzling. Denmark as hosts have managed to field an athlete in virtually every event. Not 100%.
What they're missing, some of the C2 junior boys maybe.
I mean, this other race here that we've got the C2 junior men, there's no Danish
no one
team
in there.
But it's a gilt-edged opportunity for Danish canoeing and for canoeing in this Jutland area to get their athletes out and exposed and picking up heaps of experience, mingling with the big guns. It's probably happens once or twice in your lifetime if you're lucky that you've got them on your doorstep. In she gets on her way.
So a bit of peace and quiet for us down this end. No one in sight at the moment. All 3 races at the far end of the course. So when we left the under 23 women, it was Miller, Chepe and Hockley.
And with every prospect of it staying exactly like that,
I
because
would
there was
imagine
space
so.
between themselves, and the 4-5-6 formation really didn't look like it had any turbos in place to
No.
bridge and pose any threat. Which means it might be a fairly mundane procession for a lap or two as they just tick away the miles.
Yep,
And
agreed.
as you will testify, it's in those mundane miles that your mind starts racing. Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, because this is going. There's the three of them together. Hockley's now in the yellow boat in the centre, taking up the pull.
I think Hockley's going to find herself increasingly more frequently at the front. Second group just behind.
Well, just as a brave word to use.
Yeah, I mean, camera angles being what they are, they will foreshorten that gap.
These three have quickly set themselves up in a class of their own. Head games time, I think. I think in your own head, having run the rule over the two competitors either side of you.
Oh, there's the gap.
It's
that's not an only gap.
No. Just
That's a significant gap.
I retract that, my honour.
So there's your three medalists. I don't think it matters whether they fall in or not. They've still got time to get back in and remain a medalist. These three are well away.
Give me a thumbnail sketch of the three strengths coming into what is now the sharp end of this race. What's going to count?
Well, I don't know them personally. I think
From what you've
Hockley
seen.
will have the best endurance. The Hungarian will have the best speed. The Czech, I think, she's got a good track record, but I don't think she'll deal with either the endurance of the South African or the speed of the Hungarian, so she's not going to come off best in this, I don't think.
She's going to have to tactically put herself in the pound seats.
Yeah.
I don't think her chances of coming off the side and then blasting to glory are as strong as the other two athletes.
No, we already saw the junior women's K2 this morning where the Hungarians, similar situation, the Hungarians were the best paddlers in that race, but their endurance didn't match the South Africans who took them in the last lap. And I could see maybe that happening here if Hockley gets a good portage with one or two portages to go. She could make a break for it. I think Miller, we're writing off quality athletes, aren't we?
Yeah.
But it's Miller's European champion. You're not European champion for nothing. A vast percentage of the top enders here are from Europe. It's only the South Africans really matching there. Few Australians every now and then, but the South Africans are regulars up the sharp end.
I will tell you that if Tepe came into this event thinking that she would occupy some sort of moral high ground with her status coming into this event, that's going to count for nothing for Saskia. If anything, it'll inspire her and focus her. So, to me, that contest is between the two boats that are currently riding slip.
Both with a very different skill set, I think. So we got a full view back there. That's Hostrup. It's Hannah Scott.
Here's the
and
bunch.
Jade Wilson. That's Group 2. And that
Jade
shows
Wilson
you
coming into shot now.
they're still working as a 3. Perhaps, though, not quite as efficiently as the front 3. So that's Group 2.
Jade Wilson. Hannah Scott coming into shot now. Pernille Hostrup of the host nation.
There's your leaders again. I think you're dead right. It's a case of covering ground while working out how you think you're going to do the last couple of laps.
From your experience, Ivan, how much is flexibility in your game plan an asset? You'll come into a race
100%.
with a fairly fixed game plan and possibly have a fallback plan if there's a problem.
I don't know. I don't think I ever personally entered any race with a game plan. You respond. I was a responder to what happened around me. I knew what I wanted to do was do not an awful lot of work, but that depended very much on the position you found yourself in. So, my plan would be to be leading at the end. That was always the plan, but how you got to that was very variable. You just don't know what's going to happen.
That's where the rules of engagement have changed in recent years. I think that conserve, do as little as you can until you really have to fire, was the way for decades. Suddenly the Mads Pedersens of this world arrived and changed the rules of engagement. Where
It flip-flops backwards and forwards. So when I first came in as a youngster, the hardcore marathoners were the on-and-oners, like your Mads Pedersens now.
flat box it for 2 hours.
Then my generation came along and with a little bit of extra speed, and they couldn't do anything with us. So then the next generation comes along with Busto and that gang, who upped the average speed to a point that harmed the people who could do the fast bits. And then the fast people come back in, and it just leapfrogs over. So it just flip-flops between the fast and the endurance. And the endurance, the average speed endurance goes up and up and up every time you have that flip-flop, as does, then someone like Pimenta will be the next one who comes in, not Pimenta himself necessarily, but someone like Pimenta who can just sit with someone like Pedersen all day and beat him at the end.
And destabilise him.
So it just goes from one to the other. Currently we're in an endurance phase. We'll move on to another speed phase in a couple of years, 5 years, who knows how many years, but it will happen. Yeah, you can only race the people that are there at the time, and you have to have an idea of how you're going to beat them. And you think, right, are you going to out-endurance Mads Pedersen? The answer is no. Or, the chances are slim.
Yeah.
So if you're not going to out-endurance him, you've got to outspeed him. And you saw Andy Burkitt do that at the World Games a couple of years ago. He just beat him over the last bit because he could stay through the grimy bit in the middle. And
the difference is that the Pedersen grind is a high-intensity, high-speed grind, and he's able to keep it up for long periods of time. So
it always is for the grinders.
You've got to be able to say there's no. There was a stage when the grinders would tap the pace right back for minutes at a time.
What are we looking at here? We've got.
This is the 4, 5, 6 race in the race. There's.
That explains
Jade.
why. Yep. So
There's Jade Wilson in the green boat running on the right of screen.
Keep her nose away from that fence.
Hannah Scott, yeah.
That's a nose through a barred fence like that is a disaster. This chase group looking good. You've got the Dutch girl in there. You've got the C1w, the Hungarian. You've got the Spaniard. Surprised not to see the Spaniards up the sharper end of this. So we're probably looking there at Toledo.
Good put in from the Spanish.
There's Toledo. There's C1w.
The Dutch girl,
Van
just
Voorst.
pulling that off. That could have gone badly wrong.
So I think they could close down, and they are going to close down that group in front. And it's going to be C1w that does that, I think. C1w and Toledo, the two quality paddlers in this group. They could make the break, just the two of them, but they're very close to that group in front. And it's the Dutch athlete who's suffering after that portage, Van Voorst from the Netherlands in 2:52. Through comes Foray and Kemp.
I think there's enough water between the chasing group and that gaggle that's just put in to keep them safe for now.
I don't think so. I think they've already caught them up. I think next time we see them, they will all be together. Back now to the second of the Spaniards.
So, just about the sharp end of the C1 race.
On to the small lap. Vevikova in view there. She's just come into the portage. With the Hungarians running through there. Bethune in the K1. Dane in her K1. But Vevikova looking very pained, just holding off the Hungarians that she got back in with after her swim. And it's Denmark's Julie Olsen running well. Vevikova, a little shaky. Don't sit on the rudder on the boat there. Get the rudder into the deep bit.
Even that's touch and go.
Made it.
All's well that ends well.
So Olsen, Vevikova with just a small lap to go now. C2 junior men also on their small lap. But there's your leader in the under-23 women's C1. I believe this is the first time Germany will ever have won a C1 medal.
It has been such
medal
a
at
dominant
least.
performance from Annette Veerman.
She did have Vevikova for company, but whatever triggered that swim ruined that, and it's Vevikova in second.
So she turns around that last buoy and can start sizing up the home straight. Those two white buoys in front of the fans here at the Lake Gel spectators area. This could be gold heading for Germany.
She led at the start. She's leading at the finish. Annette Veerman, 400 meters to go. And she is well ahead. No one else has yet gone round the turn.
Believe it's her last year as an under-23, so that transition into the senior ranks will be one to watch keenly after this performance.
Spanish C2s both in together for their small last lap. Oh no, it's Poland then Spain, sorry. So Hungary from Poland, from Spain, as it was on the previous lap.
But it's Annette Veerman in the center of your screen, our drone tracking her. She comes to 200 meters away from the finish line. She's going to finish it in style too. Having been dominant and coming into the home straight under no pressure whatsoever, she's going to put on a show for the crowd that's gathered here at Lake Else.
I'm going to say this is a big moment.
It's a big moment for German seaboat racing. She's affording herself just a little bit of a smile here. This is a job extremely well done by Annette Veerman.
So there she is, starting to enjoy it.
Not
Got
relenting
less
for
than
a
100 meters
second.
to go now.
It's been the exact opposite of a thriller encounter that this crowd has enjoyed, but it is nonetheless impressive. So as Annette Veerman comes down to the finish line, the crowd will give her a big round of applause. This is our champion, under-23 woman C1 from Germany, Annette Veerman. Look at her, pumped!
And we have a new name on the scene in the women's C1.
That is so cool. She's been so focused, so measured. She's been in this bubble throughout the whole race, and it's suddenly all overflowing. Champion.
Fantastic. I mean,
All
she had a long
sinking.
time to think about that.
Yeah.
You know, when the check fell in, from that point on, she was on her own. And you wonder at what point she dared to believe it would happen. Here come the leaders in the men's C2, junior men's C2. It's the Hungarians of Ludanyi and Vonga. Simple day out for them. No stress, no fuss.
Well, you say simple, Ivor. They've made it look simple. And we'll circle back to a discussion we had earlier about just how grooved the Hungarian combinations have been.
Yeah.
We said that in the junior, it didn't work out for them. But we said that at the start of the junior women's K2. Just how grooved the combinations look. And it just smacked of long hours spent in the boat together. And this C2 combination is almost instinctive and intuitive. There's not a lot of speaking going on that we can see. But as they come down to the line, super impressive. Matthias Ludanyi, Adam Vonga. Your junior men C2 champions. And there's something special about it. Winning always feels good, but when you've been with a mate through all the dark hours, the early mornings, the gym sessions, the highs and the lows, and it comes good, it's a special thing to be able to share.
Second across the line. I'm glad to see that she's second after her incident. Is Elzbieta Vevikova. But only just behind her, the Hungarian Karolina Hegedus. Her compatriot behind her, Imola Batka, in the white boat. And she's going to finish with the two Polish paddlers.
Here's a second in the junior men.
Vilga and Kubica are the next over the line, followed by Batka.
They're stoked. Alex Vilga, Christian Kubica.
And only just behind them, the right-sided Spanish C2 of Velasco and Infantes.
So 1, 2, 3 wrapped up. A little introspective moment in the Spanish boat.
They might just be vomiting.
You cynical. You cynical.
Oh, and it's a big finish. Sanchez and Kalastra.
This is the race for 4-5.
Taking on Nagy and Merry. The Hungarians inching forward with every pull.
Oh, the Hungarians are going to
It's
pip them
gonna
at
be
the
the
post. This
Hungarians.
is going to hurt. They've come motoring out of the shadows, and and look at the Spaniards are thrown in the towel. That shows that it hurts, and it hurts bad. Hungary take 4.
Sanchez and Kalastra beaten on the line.
I suspect they were done. There was just a look about that said, the walls come out and hit me.
Merry,
Not
a medalist yesterday. Spaniards are broken.
They are broken. I think there might have been a little mushroom cloud around the corner that we didn't pick up, and they're the reason for that.
Gorinsky from Spain ahead of Baba of Japan. Oh, two Spaniards. Head to head. So Chavez from Gorinsky from Baba. Close finish.
Chavez, Anna Gorinsky. Yuki Baba.
Japanese like to stay warm when they race, don't they? There's a lot of clothing on there.
Just reflecting on Japan's contribution to this year's event, they've consistently been. They haven't been challenging for podium places, but they've been in that 5 to 10 zone in a lot of events, and you've got to read a lot of positives into that. Some good things going on there, and for the Japanese to get out here, I mean, a lot of the season is focused in Europe. To get out here and get competitive is always going to be away game time, and the challenges that come with that.
Zoe Bergeron from Canada. Canada, for a long time, produced quality women's C1 paddlers. She's just ahead of second German, Elisabeth Preitz.
just about mission accomplished for Zoe. Coburg, Ontario will be enjoying the fact that she is enjoying a bit of solitary limelight. They'll see the sort of form and insist that she's at the top of the team list for the next war canoe outing that they have up there.
And there, top of your picture, the under-23 K1s continue their journey around the lake. They're going to come in for their next portage. They're on lap 5 of 6. So it's going to be their third portage of 5. Chepe still looking like the class athlete in that group. But slowly, as the distance goes on, I feel the table turns towards Hackley?
Hockley.
Sasha Hockley.
Can we have some more water in here, please?
Canadian across the line.
Zoe claiming it for her supporters and family on the bank. Family here. Miss Sagua celebrates along with Coburg.
Under 23s just overtaking the tail enders in the C1.
Elspeth Preyers crossing in the German colours and the black
as they
boat.
come round for their next portage.
We've spoken before about how the success of an individual athlete can inspire a generation. Saskia Hockley's enjoyed substantial success. She's been on the podium here before. She was a very successful junior surf ski world champion. It's triggered a lot of interest in her. She's repeatedly won awards in her home province of KwaZulu-Natal, where she was a Sports Star of the Year in her category. So she's suddenly developed a lot of profile. And that serves as a huge inspiration for youngsters around her and the next generation to try and emulate what she's doing. So
absolutely, visibility is king, and that's part of our job, isn't it?
Hockley's going right.
To make this entertaining enough to make it visible.
Oh, Hockley's
slow out of her boat.
Slow out
she was like that on the last one too.
But
she
then
runs well.
She's quick on the run. She's super quick on the run. In fact, she came from 3 to 1 on the last run. So
looking ominous though for them that Chepe is quickest out.
Chepe
and runs well.
is looking the act to beat here, to be honest. Looking comfortable, relaxed. And we're heading into the sharp end of this under-23 women's K1 race.
Check rudder on the
Not
sand
the
there. A little bit.
There's a chance for Hockley to get round.
Is this a bit of an attempt from
Chepe?
Chepe? Certainly an attempt to make the others work hard. She's not going to let them catch easily, that's for sure. See a little bit
nothing of that.
Of what Chepe's got here. Chepe away still. Clear of the others by four lengths or more, I think, there.
Hockley's looking calm. She's happy just to ride Milliver's wave as they catch up.
And while we watch the girls go off up to the top again, it looks like we've got the C2s ready for an interview with Stefan. He's just checking in on the radio. We're ahead of him. So we'll wait for him to be ready and then we'll pass you over to him for the interviews. Helena Olsen getting in at the portage for her last short lap.
Yeah, it is time to go down to the podium area where Stefan has got the 3 C2 paddlers. Stefan.
Happy winners of C2 under 23. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was a tough race. The start was not too good for us, but luckily we managed to take the lead in the first lap.
Yeah, you managed that and you kept on going.
Yes, it was a very tough race. but we work really hard all year, so we are really happy, and that's it. We just win, and that's it.
Congratulations for a wonderful gold medal. Hungary!
Thank you very much.
And silver to Poland. Congratulations. Pleased with the race?
Thank you. Last time on the European Championships we messed up because we fell into the water after the start, and because of that we lost the race. So today we thought that we'll start last, and with the great stamina of my friend Alex, we're gonna catch everybody later. But we catch everybody except for the Hungarian guys. It's a shame, but they are much stronger than us, so congrats for them.
Yeah, it was an interesting tactics. You really started slow and then picked up. So that was your plan?
Yes, so we wouldn't fall into the water once again. We let them go at the start and catch them later.
Congratulations, Poland!
Thank you.
And bronze medals to Spain, please.
Yes, it was a very hard race. We struggled a lot with the wind, but we finally finished third, and we are very proud of this result, as it's the last one of the season.
So the wind was troublesome.
Yeah, because we paddle both of us for the same side, so it's very hard for us, but well, we finished third, and we want to say congrats for the first and the second place.
And congratulations to you, bronze medalist Spain.
Thanks, Stefan. 3 very satisfied C2 crews. Now we can focus our attention on the last full lap of the under-23 women's K1 race.
So the news in that is that the second and third chase packs are now just the second chase pack, and they're all together, still being led by Toledo and C1w, but there's a group of 6 boats in that chase group. It's a long way down on the lead 3 though, who are not going to be challenged for the medals. They just have to decide which one's which. So there's your chasers, 6 people in that group. That includes Toledo, C1w, I think Van Voorst is in there, Hostrup is in there, Jade Wilson is in there, Hannah Scott is in there. But with only one long lap to go, and Chepe still looking this strong, it's very hard to bet against the Hungarian.
The pace has been pretty relentless, and we don't know to what extent they've paid the price for that. So on paper, I'd go with you, Ivan. I think when we come out of that last portage, we can expect it to be flat out, afterburners on, all the way from the put-in around those last short turn cans back to the finish.
I think that depends who gets in first. Maybe that's true if it's either of the other two, but the Hungarian can afford to have these girls with her and cruise around, wait for the attack and still win at the end. It's high risk going flat out from the portage. We saw that in the junior women's K2. The South African girls did it, but they were running out of time at the end. You've got to measure that extremely carefully around those last set of boys and back. It's a short lap, but it's still 1,000 meters.
It's 500 out, 500 back. It's not a short sprint, so you need to make sure you've got enough matches to keep that going all the way to the finish. Otherwise, you really will leave an Achilles heel exposed.
So while they go up to the top turn, Stefan's trying to align the next set of interviews. It's the under-23 women's C1. He's just explaining the rules to them to our right. Milliver fiddling with stuff and just looking a little uncomfortable. I think she's okay, but she just looks sort of sorting out her drink. And while we watch them go around the top turn, we'll pass you over to Stefan, who has the 3 winners of the under-23 women's C1.
standing here with three very, very happy medalists from Women C1. Congratulations, Annette.
Thank you so much.
How was the race? Tell us a little bit.
My start was not the bad one, but at the first round I came back at the second place, and I was like, okay, let's get it together with the Czech. And we made it the second round together, but then she sadly fought in water, and I was like feeling bad at the beginning, but I was hoping I get not a penalty. And then I was like, okay, come on, I can do it alone. And I'm so happy that I won the race and now we're champion.
Big, big congratulations. Annette Vejen. And a very happy silver medalist. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How was the race for you?
Well, I had a good start. We were going the first and the second with Annette, but then accidentally I fell in the water. But then I managed to get in. But I had the boat full of water, so it was really hard to go against the wind. But at the portage, I was fourth, and then I was hoping to go better and better. And then finally, I am second, so I'm really, really happy.
Yeah, you should be. It was a wonderful race from you, also, and also for the bronze medalist.
Thank you so much. This is a hard race, but I am so happy. Thank you so much for my coach, and yeah, this is so hard, and this wind is so bad.
It was a great race. Did you have problems with the wind as well?
Yeah.
Totally exhausted still. Should be after such a good race. Congratulations once again. You did wonderful.
Thank you, Stefan. Thank you, ladies. Great race again. And we've got just one more out on the course, and it's going to be decided in the next 10-15 minutes. Less than that, 10 minutes.
Oh, and pedals down again from
Milova looking tired.
Milova, and that's the second time she's done that in the last couple of minutes. So either something's technically bothering her or she's not happy. She's tired. Hockley's looking calm in the center of that picture, putting the bunch up.
Milova back in contention as Japan runs through for their final long lap.
Carolina Heggett is raising something about her swim, how pleased she was to be able to get back into the boat. But she raises the issue.
Vevakova, that was.
I beg your pardon, yeah. Vevakova. But failing to empty water on cue, she empties water out of a boat before she gets in. You pay the price for, particularly going into the wind, where that extra little bit of resistance coupled with the impact of the wind going into you just has a multiple effect, and you really feel it. I guess you often in the heat of the moment decide that, oh, what the hell, let's just push through. There's a little bit of water in the boat. It doesn't matter.
She was in the middle of the lake. She's got the choice. She can go to the edge and empty it out, or I don't know. What do? You haven't got a pump in C1.
No.
Some of the C1s do have pumps.
Bottle change, that's more like it.
So Argentina's Otero. She made the final of the short course yesterday, which she's got to be pleased with that.
Argentina, another of the nations that's consistently fielded, as we said, maybe not podium threats, but all single-digit position finishes on this sheet, and bodes well.
Milova goes round the outside of Hockley, who offers no resistance, not because she can't, but just she didn't want to. She's fine where she is. And both those girls letting Chepe do the work.
And of the three, Katerina Milova, maybe we're misinterpreting the expression on her face. Maybe that's just determination written all over it, but she just looks less comfortable than the other two.
I think part of the expression when coming this way now is you're going into the sun. He's squinting a little
Fair
bit
enough.
as well,
Fair
and
enough.
it's never a good look.
It's the same dilemma facing our TV cameraman in that reverse shot. You got
Yeah,
the light reflecting
off the
into
water.
your lens.
Yeah, it's a tough call.
Pana Tsepe wearing glasses in her profile pic. Like you, choosing to race with the blur.
Well, she's got sunglasses on. They could be prescription sunglasses,
Just hip.
so it's possible. Chepe leads from
Class
Milliver from Hockley. These are your medals right here. They've got one small lap to go. One portage to go. Portage is significant. I say Hockley's been disappointing on her portage just because my expectation would be that she'd be sharper than these other two. But it does, just because she hasn't done a sharp one yet doesn't mean there's not a sharp one in her.
She's been sketchy on the takeouts.
Yeah.
Once she's been on the run, her first portage was super quick. She actually
Yeah.
came from third and put in first. But it's the takeout that's just looked a little bit flaky. If she's got the capacity to bounce back from that and then run hard enough to be able to erase any mistake she makes on the portage, put everything together, slick, fast takeout, and give her a sniff at the front, it could have a material bearing on this race.
But how much lead does she need on Chepe to do damage? It's going to have to be 3 or 4 lengths,
You
maybe
think so?
more. Yeah, I think Chepe can close her down after the portage. And if Chepe sits on her wave for 2 minutes, does the last minute, I think Chepe's still got this.
If Chepe leads the 3 around the last turn can, you're giving it to her?
No, I think it depends on who the exit from the portage. But if Chepe's anywhere within striking distance, I think it's hers.
Tenki Nasu of Japan leisurely return to action.
One long lap to go for Japan.
They've been tenacious competitors at this year's Worlds. I did see some of the Japanese athletes in the Viking village and just realized there was something familiar with the fighting spirit of the Viking and what we associate the Japanese warrior doing as they were posing with the Viking swords and wooden shields. It looked good. But this is calm before the storm time.
Very much so. All they're
Chepe.
thinking about is the portage from here on. They're they're directly opposite us, in fact. So
100
they're
meters to
only
the turn.
30 seconds or so from the portage. And this
What
is
a key portage this is going to be too.
Hockley is going to arrive at the portage last, but she runs well. If she gets a clean exit, she's in with a shout. I think if Chepe is anywhere near those other two,
That graphic is not
it's
right.
hers. If it is right, we're looking pretty foolish, Dave, that's for sure.
So, Chepe leads Milliver and Hockley into what is going to be a decisive portage.
A little bit of a gap back to Hockley. I don't see this being Hockley's at all now.
Chepe goes left,
It's Chepe
Milliver
versus
goes
Milliver.
right.
Chepe looking the stronger of the two.
Chepe early takeout.
She's first. Oh, my word.
Half stumble. Recovers.
But she's okay. Oh,
Milliver's
it's a
gone
bit of
sideways. She
chaos.
needs to empty.
She's
She's
got to
emptying.
empty out.
Milliver's emptying. Hockley's slow.
This is all over.
Door was half open for her by Milliver having
This
to
is a
stop.
single file short lap.
Superb work from the
Chepe's
Hungarian.
all the way. Even with her little stumble, she's got distance.
Look at the grin. It's all working out for her. Milliver comfortably in second. Hockley now trailing off the back.
It's a single file final lap. It's not what the fans want, that's for sure.
And
but
she's-
it is what Chepe wants.
She's got the
One
turbo
away, 2 away. I don't think they'll be closing that gap. If they are, it's still going to be super. She is going to close the gap, I think. So if she does, it's still super hard to overtake. So I think this one is Chepe's, and Hockley just came up short on the final portage just before. It was the speed before the portage.
Oh, Hockley's
that
a
did the
long
damage.
way back.
And it's a single
It's
file
a procession from here.
Yeah,
it's Chepe's to lose.
Do you know, it's a shame to end the race like this, because those girls have done so well that it would have been nice to see a little churn up at the end. There's an interesting race over there. That's C1w ahead of Hostrup, fighting for entrance to the turn. You got Toledo over there as well, Van Voorst. You've got
Miller is closing, but it's going to come at some cost. If she even does get within striking distance, it's really going to have taken it out of her.
Hannah Scott over there as well on the far side.
Everything went according to plan on the portage, so Pana Chepe will be running on.
Actually, nothing went to plan on the portage. The Hungarian stumbled. The Czech buried her nose in the water and then had to empty her boat, and it was kind of a who made the least errors was the one who got out first, and that was Chepe.
Pretty disconsolate looking Saskia Hockley.
This is an interesting race now. Hostrup leads from C1w, from Toledo, from Van Voorst, from Hannah Scott. Not sure who the back one is at the moment. A lot of them, 50-50 split now. Right and left. Hostrup first in. She's got C1w on the inside of her. It's not doing her any favours. They're up and running together. They're the first two. Spaniard next with Toledo. Hostrup with Denmark. From Hungary, from Spain, from Australia, from the Netherlands.
And I think that's Jade Wilson at the back.
Spaniard just run out of room on the inside by the fence there. But she is going to get in second. It's the Hungarian who hasn't run quite as well as the other two. Away goes Hostrup, away goes Toledo. Hungarian sits down now. C1w is away. Hannah Scott is fourth. So Denmark, Spain, Hungary. This is fighting for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. It's a whole big group.
I got to say, our cameras really need to start looking on the finish straight right now, because we're just a minute away from seeing Pana Chepe. And look at the gap. There is no gap. There's no gap of any significance here. There's just a massive stretch of water, and our medals are decided. It's been a marvelous final lap from Pana Chepe. She's driven a wedge between herself and all the others. Katarina Milova is comfortably in second, and Saskia Hockley is a distant third at this stage.
Distant third, but third nonetheless.
Correct.
And
it's a medal.
It was a good race. I think it was quite intense on those first two laps, because you saw the race just explode after that. And these were the three quality athletes.
Pana Chepe. Could this be a next Van der Kisley? Poised to go in her career, and she's going to be a runaway gold medal winner here in Vejen in Denmark. Down to the finish line she comes. It's 10 strokes for her, 9, 8, 7, and the crowd puts its collective hands together to recognize your 2023 champion, Pana Chepe.
Great work from her. Second place goes to Milova. She was 6th last year. A good improvement. 6th to 2nd.
And in the finish straight right now, Saskia Hockley of South Africa. 100% right, Ivan. It's been a great performance from her. She's got plenty more bites of the cherry as
Saskia
an under 23.
Hockley, third last year, but in the juniors, straight up to third this year in the under 23s. It's not too shabby, is it, really? It's pretty impressive. And
Surf ski world champion. And she can muse over what ifs.
C1w's made it back to this group. This will be a fun finish.
I've got Hostrup all the way here.
Not only C1w come back with her is Hannah Scott of Australia. You'd kind of expect, well, they're still a long way away, 300 meters away. Van Voorst there off the back of that group. She's not going to have anything to say about these next 4 places. And there's tension building in that group. Hungarian well placed further back on the wave than the Spaniard, ready to roll down and overtake the Dane if she's got it in her. Australia just has to wait, see which side goes, and if a gap opens up you can go through. It's just a very stressful waiting game, and you just need to recover as much as possible. It's still possible to get to the front of that group from where she is now.
Hostra picking up the pace at the front.
So 150 meters to go now, and
Hostrup
somebody has to
going.
go.
Toledo's trying to come up off the left.
Toledo
Toledo
goes.
fires.
Hostrup holds. There goes the Hungarian. C1w on the right. Not making any progress though. Toledo going backwards. Hostrup holding them all. It's going to be Hostrup. Hannah Scott caught in the back. It's going to be Hostrup from C1w from Toledo. Well, that's a bit, I might be a bit ambitious calling that second and third in that group.
Pernille Hostrup of Denmark had all the answers.
I think that's the best result for the Netherlands in a long, long time as well. So Hostrup, 4th. Which equals her result from last year. 4th last year, 2nd at the European Championships.
Tenki Nasu for Japan. No. Brianna Jones. Mathilde Foray of France coming down.
Kemp just behind her, but not in a position to challenge her.
Emma Kemp of Canoe-Kayak Club in Wellington. Foray under no pressure from the Kiwi as she comes down to complete her race, with the wind freshening all the time from the west.
And we're still not finished for the day. We've got the under 23 men's to go. So Foray across the line, followed by Kemp.
Elsa Stensholt of Norway making her way down to the finish line.
Congrats. That's great.
So another gold for Hungary. It would be quite cool at this stage to be able to run an eye over how that nations medals table is looking. It's always a subtext to this event every year. Julia Olsen along with Idar Amundaren
So here we go. We've got the three winners already in the podium area, and Stefan is absolutely busting to do another interview. So Stefan, it's over to you.
Panasepe, what a race. Congratulations to the gold medal.
Thank you very much.
How was it there? You broke free already on the second lap from the group and then stayed together. Did you help each other then?
Of course, we did. We went such a big pace, and we changing each other really fast, so we could keep up the big pace.
Yeah, we saw that. It seemed to work out really well.
Yeah, for sure. It was an amazing job with the girls. We were trying to go as fast as possible because we wanted to stay just three of us, and it was, I think, amazing cooperation.
It really was. And for you, how is this compared to Sovski?
I mean, it's very different. These girls are absolutely insane when it comes to the pace that they put on. But I think having each other really made a big difference because it would have been extremely hard to do this on your own. And having each other definitely, I think, gave each of us encouragement. And if we stayed together, we knew we'd pull away and just keep putting pace on the girls. And then it would just come down to the last portage where Panna put the pace on us and got rid of us and ended up taking gold.
So you were cooperating all the way until the final portage?
Yeah, for sure. I think it was a goal for all of us to stay together and try to make like a big distance between the second group. And then, it was the last portage which decided about the winner. Congratulations, amazing.
When did you realize you should win?
Until the last meters, I thought they were going to catch up to me. I was really afraid, and that gave me the strength.
So you seem to be a very good friend, working well together, and the competition is done. Big congratulations to three well-worthy medalists.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan, and thank you, ladies. We watch Isla Bethune from Great Britain coming across the line. Had a torrid day yesterday in the Junior K1, stepped up today to the under-23. Sterling job for those first couple of laps and just fell back through the field as fatigue set in. She finishes just ahead of German Caroline Fink, who in turn is ahead of Sweden Ella Richter. I think it's Ella Richter.
Ellen Hogland.
Hogland, sorry.
It's Ellen Hogland, yeah. She was a last-minute step-in. Argentina still going through the final portage.
It's with Otero. Nice and steady. And away she goes. One small lap to go for Otero, 2:72.
And take away from the interview with those three women. All in agreement. Of course we worked together. It was in our common interest to make sure that we burnt away and we kept the pace high. And even Seppe saying afterwards she couldn't believe how hot the place collectively was as they were rotating the pull at the front.
Once you're down to three for that middle section, there's really nothing to lose. And be happy with four personally, because you do get that extra rest at least one time in the rotation. But that does increase the probability of you maybe not getting a medal at the end. So three is kind of a happy number. It is tough if you're the slowest of those three though, because your rest gets reduced and your work gets increased gradually through the race. And perhaps that's what happened to Hockley over the time, because when the speed was upped for that final portage, she didn't have what was required to stay with the other two. And that's where the gap opened up.
Interesting remainder of the year for Hockley as she travels down to Australia to challenge in the surf ski worlds, where she's happiest in the surf, happiest in the downwind.
Kobayashi around the top turn. It's interesting. She's got tape where her hand should be and her hand not where the tape is. The Argentinian Otero, see that left hand? She's got all that paddle taped up and her hand slid so near the middle of the paddle that it's no longer on the taped area. So as we come to the close of this one, we start to build up the stress towards
4:45 local time is the start of the under 23 men's.
That's
K1.
not far away.
Oh, it's cracky. It's 20 minutes away. Juliana Otero in her pink Nello, coming around the top turn cans.
And the next start line is going to be the biggest one we've seen so far. A huge number of athletes on this one. Otero heading back towards the finish line.
See Harry Hewitt's name in the lineup, racing in the Australian colours. It's one of those family affairs. His dad was racing in the Masters Cup. Not many people managed to pull that off. Having a parent and a child racing at the same event.
2 children is what you actually mean there. You asked the wife in that house. I'm sure she sees them as 2 children rather than as a parent and a child.
It's been said before, but the number of spouses that turn to paddling just because they're sick to death of being the driver, supporter, seconder, while the rest of the family is out having fun. You can't understate
Tenki Nasu there.
I mean, you can't underestimate the importance of the support of a family. This, whether we like it or
absolutely,
not,
100%.
is still a Cinderella sport. Nobody gets heaps of money. There's no... if you didn't have mum and dad, a family member willing to take you down to training on those cold, misty mornings when they would far sooner be under the duvet, you just wouldn't be able to, one, get to this level, or be able to just set goals and chase your dreams in a sport like this. I think every paddler here has got a parent, a family member, numerous of that are critical to their success story and their enjoyment in the sport.
Otero over the line. Pretty good weekend for her. She made the short course final yesterday. She's finished the under 23s today.
Can feel well satisfied. So the medal ceremony is coming up fairly shortly, just so that the medal winners can be well aware. Women's under 23 K1, please be on standby. You need to go and get yourself all cleaned up. Junior men's C2 is going to be taking place straight after that. So could the medal winners in those 2 events buff and polish themselves, get into the right national kit, and present yourselves now, please, to the medal holding tent, which is the white tent immediately to the left of the big screen as you look at the big grandstand. eventually this is the biggest field of the tournament so far, of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it'll be fun to see them all packed into 9 lanes. It's the first time we'll have seen that setup stress tested by the kind of numbers we are going to get. Tenki Nasu in that navy blue Nello. Just checking, Ivan, did anybody pitch up with their money to throw an axe at you?
No, I'm surprised.
You must be disappointed.
Maybe ICF funds don't run to that.
The ITO is queuing up to throw an axe at you. So just to repeat the offer, if anybody wants to throw a Viking axe at Ivan Lawler, what's the minimum bid? What's a limb worth to you?
Well, they need to pitch up first. I'll check their throwing arm and see what we can make a deal.
You've got to take the risk. You give it to charity. They can rock up with what, 10 quid?
Give it to charity. I'm going to need it for my medical bills.
You're going to become a famous para-athlete after this.
It's going to be a long day with Dave in this cubicle.
Yeah, there's a...
Okay, Kobayashi headed towards the line. Sorry, Tenku Nasu headed towards the line. Ronan Foley also headed towards the line, but a different line. He's headed towards the start line.
Is it after the start?
So we do the intro and start list and stuff. Start when this athlete has finished.
So through comes Nasu for her finish. And I think that wraps up.
It does indeed.
The under-23s. Another good race in the bag.
So time for us to go for a leg stretch.
We have a 5-minute leg stretch.
Ease the bladder, and then we're back in the saddle. So
yeah.
Thanks for the eyeballs. We appreciate it. All your attention. Our recast coverage resumes with what I suspect is going to be a belter of an under-23 men's K1 showdown. Quick look at the results, summarizing what we've got here.
C2 junior man, Ludani and Vonga on their own for a lot of the way. Vilga and Kubica overhauled the Spaniards around mid-race to come second. And the Spaniards just held off a late charge from the Hungarians, Nagy and Murray, to hold that bronze medal. Sanchez and Calastra in 5th. And then a few DNFs, which means did not finish, from Argentina, Portugal and Japan. But everyone really appreciates them being here and getting on to that start line. In the C1 under-23 women's, I think the first gold ever for Annette Wehrmann and Germany, followed by Vervikova, who had that unfortunate swim about halfway through. Hegedus in 3rd, Batka in 4th, both from Hungary. Chavez and Gorinsky from Spain following those two across the line. Yuki Baba from Japan ahead of Bergeron from Canada, Preitz from Germany and Olsen from Denmark. Biggest race in the afternoon so far. Chepe won ahead of Milova, all on that last short lap. Saskia Hockley just losing touch at the final portage. Hostrup 4th with the big group, holding off Toledo and Cinco in a big sprint finish. Hannah Scott tucked in the back of that 4 at the end. Van Voorst, a really good result for the Netherlands. Brianna Jones off the back of that group, but in touch. Foray and Kemp finishing close together with Stensholt, Olsen and Mundarain from Spain, Wilson and Bethune following in behind them. Caroline Fink from Germany pretty much finished with Ellen Hogland from Sweden, Kobayashi in 19th, Otero 20th, Nassau in 21st. Erland didn't finish and Richter didn't start. We'll leave you for a couple of minutes before the excitement repeats all over again in the K1 men under 23. Just a quick shout out. We need athletes for the award ceremonies. So team leaders, please get your athletes ready. That's the K1 women under 23 and the C2 junior men. That's at prize givings at 10 to 5 and 5 to 5. That's the K1 women's under 23 and the C2 junior men. So there's your overhead view of the lineup. The boat's same as everyone else's boat. 520 long, 8 kilograms heavy. World champion Hamish Lovemore. He's moved on to the senior ranks now, so we'll have a new champion this year. Double-bladed paddle. You can see the time's going to be just around the 2-hour mark. There are a plethora of big names in here. Starting at the top with Philip Knudsen, has to be one of the main contenders. Ronan Foley also training in Denmark now. Silver medalist at the sprint 5K earlier in the year. Zulig from Switzerland, Combi from Italy, Pelli, Hungarian under 23, got to count him in. Same goes for the Spaniard Iglesias. Surjan from Norway, Yehoda from Czech, he's got some form as well. Weyers from Australia and Luke Shaw from Great Britain. He was 10th in this race last year. Harry Hewitt from Australia, Santos, he's up there as well. He's got form this year, 4th at the Europeans. Kondo from Japan. Varga, the name alone strikes fear into the hearts of many. It's his, I'm guessing it's his older brother though, rather than him. Matthew Fenn from South Africa, Uli Hart from South Africa. Never write the South Africans off in these races. Saxvik from Norway, and a load of other people that I didn't have time to talk about. So there you go. That's your most of your lineup. It's the biggest lineup we've had so far. It's about 30 on the line, and one green boat's a little bit reluctant back there.
There's no room for it.
Not sure who that is, but I'm suspecting. There's Knudsen and Foley.
They're gone. Oh. Okay, really tight bunch start.
So Knudsen was one of the boats I didn't get to name, and he's one of the favourites, and that could, not Knudsen, Thorben Rask rather, one of the favourites. He's in the white boat with the red tips, and to his right is Uli Hart in the white boat with blue tips. Varga in the middle there, but it's Rask, and coming across from the top will be Knudsen and Foley. Zoltan Pelli up in that top echelon as well. It's Knudsen meets Rask, and it's collisions already. It's a little bit tight in there. That's Great Britain's Luke Shaw being pinballed back through that group. He hasn't put a solid paddle stroke in for a while, and it's his teammate Collins who comes up to the side of Rask, but being held off by the Argentinian. Hart dropped back into the V. He's done really well. Foley trying to get on terms with Knudsen. He's going to try and cut into his mate who leads, Thorben Rask, at the moment. Knudsen pushing on forwards, forced forward by Foley. Dropping into the V, the Spaniard, but it's already taken by Hart. Hart stays on the front V. So we're looking at Denmark, from Ireland, from Denmark, from South Africa, from Hungary on the outside, just coming round on the left to challenge for that left front side wash. Argentina force Rask, not force, you don't have to force Rask into a V-wash, that's where he belongs, he loves it in there. Argentina presses on forward, holding off Collins on his right-hand side. The white nose of Collins taking on Argentina. Argentinians said no, don't try it again. Still Collins tries. He's not going to make it stick. So Argentina 3-2-8 is Ratto in the yellow boat.
I'm going to jump in quickly, Ivan. I'm looking for athletes for medal ceremony in a minute or two's time. K1 under 23 women, Sepe Milova and Hockley, please present yourselves. C2 junior men, Ludani Vonge, Vilga, Kubica, Velasco and Infantes, and the under 23 C1s, Verman, Veverkova and Hegedus. Please get down to the medal holding area now.
So Knudsen leads, Foley to his left, Rask tucked in the V. He's a very confident paddler in the mess behind the group. Collins, red band, red and blue band going out to the right. There's a little flurry out to that right-hand side. Uli Hart involved with that, as is the Argentinian. The Argentinian pressing up for the front. Foley goes. Foley not wanting to be second wash out, rather does the leading. To his left, Hungary. Not sure who's in the green boat. Oh, it's Hart. No, it's not Hart in the green boat. It's the other South African, Josh Fenn, in the green boat. He's up there also. And it's a big group making its way up to that top turn. Portugal in there also with Santos. That churn at the front beginning to thin the group out. So a bit of a name check now. I think we've got Foley leading, Hungary to his right, Denmark, Hungary to his left, Denmark to his right. South Africa with Fenn in the V. Uli Hart up there in the second V. Lost track temporarily of the two Danes, one to the right, one to the left of the leader. All coming just to the right of that course buoy, just narrows the group off temporarily. Luke Shaw making his way back in contact with that group as Collins falls back slightly from Santos and that gap beginning to open up. Front group widening out again, and it's Hungary with Pelly leading at the moment. Fenn. Foley coming round the left-hand side, doesn't want to be two washes out. Takes up the speed again. They're expensive little forays, but he's made it stick. Fenn falls back to the V. Looks like Knudsen to the right. Rask struggling in the rough stuff at the back at the moment. Needs a lift up to the front with the Spaniard who's on his left now. He'll get to the tail of the green boat now, no problem at all, and he's happy again. Argentina in the yellow boat. Uli Hart, white boat, blue ends. And Santos at the back of that group with the Dane.
Ivan, I'm going to jump in very quickly. We urgently need Katerina Milova and Saskia Hockley, please to come down to the medal ceremony holding area, and the Spanish crew of Izan Velasco and Daniel Infantes. Please, right now, down to medal ceremony holding area.
10 boats in that front group. Fairly rapid breakdown. It's hard to see how close the others are, but that second string of K1s seemed to be falling back last time we saw them. Here we go around the top turn. Hungary, Ireland, Denmark, South Africa. There's the second group. A little bit of contact in the front group, and someone's in. It's Uli Hart is upside down. Uli Hart goes in. There's only 9 in the front group now. That's a disaster for him. He was one of the big contenders. Group fans out again. Around comes Foley again. He does not want to sit second wash. I think that's Foley. It's hard to tell from the picture. Fenn defends that V-wash admirably there. It wasn't his right to keep it, but he kept it well. He kept it fairly, and Pelly has to go around the outside. Rask, the Spaniard, and the Portuguese Santos at the back of that group currently. Fenn in the green boat.
Colin Simpkins, can you present yourself for medal ceremony duty right now? Colin Simpkins in the suit, please present yourselves for medal duty.
Is Philip Knudsen, to his left, Ronan Foley. Camera foreshortens these gaps. We've got a distinct front group. Norway to the left of that front group in the white hat. Give you a name check as soon as we can. And there seems to be a few more people just joining in the back of that group now. Spaniard checking in. Maybe Collins also checking in. Really hard to get some perspective on the distances, but it does look like that front group is growing. And that is some shot of a fairly stressful race. Super relaxed from Fenn in the back behind Knudsen there. Foley to the left of the leader. That yellow boat of Argentina, Pedro Rato. It could be your current leader. Yep, there we go. Foley, for the moment, having to tolerate being on the second wash. The Norwegian, Saksvik, is in the front group. Tucked in that lead V and resting currently. 3:07, Iglesias from Spain. And our front group is currently massive. There's Santos from Portugal. Looking settled. The whole race just settling down slightly. It won't settle for long with a group this size. They're coming down towards the bottom turn for the first time. So we've got a second Argentinian in there also. And that's going to be Salinas. So we just have a little flick back now to the replay. Disaster for the South Africans. Here we go around the top turn. You can see the blue boat just pushing out to the right there. Just clips the boat in front of him and over he goes. And it's a long way back from there. So that was Uli Hart's day. Third in this race last year. He would so much love to have had another medal of a shinier colour. And I'm sure he would have backed himself for that medal. But not today. Looks like he's 800 metres behind, so he's back up and running. 800 metres is a long, long way. So Iglesias from Spain in the black cap on the far side of the group. Santos in his backwards cap in the white boat. Here goes Knudsen challenging the Argentinian. Argentinian pretty smooth. Increases speed. Just make sure he's safe before Knudsen goes past. What the Argentinian doesn't want to do is slow down and allow someone round his outside. Portuguese might give it a go when it settles, but the speed is too high. I think Foley happy that the first wave has come his way. Norwegian, Saksvik, moves comfortably from 1V straight across to the next unchallenged. Pelli, the Hungarian, 5th. Knudsen stretching them out towards the bottom turn. They're going to go round for the first time. Uncomfortable at the back of that group still. We've got Rask, Fenn, there's Uli Hart. It's a tough day. So many things will be going through his head now. 850 metres. That's what a swim costs you. Collins from Great Britain just off the back of this group. It's a tough chase, and there aren't many nice places when you get back to the group anyway. A little bit of a flurry of excitement around the bend. On the outside, Portugal challenging Argentina. Argentina's acceleration is superb. No one has made it round him yet. Foley on the left of Knudsen. Varga at the back of that group with Rask, and Collins off the back by about 2-3 lengths on his own at the moment. Little coming together there between the Norwegian and someone. Didn't see who the someone was. Looks like it was Fenn from South Africa. Who? No, it wasn't. It was the Czech. Oh no, maybe it was Fenn who bullied his way into that V-wash. So we're just going to disappear off to the medal ceremony. I'm sure you're all pleased to see that, and we'll come back to the race as soon as we can.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present the medalists in the K1 Women's Under-23. These medals are presented by Tom Bundesen Farscholl, the president of the Danish Canoe Federation, and he is assisted by Chaba Mak.
Thanks for throwing me under the bus, Dave. I've no idea. I only had a video or screen of the presentations. But the under-23 men have gone up to the top. What I did like was the fashion statement from Colin Simpkins, who tucked his trousers in the back of his socks. But I don't want to highlight that in front of the general public. So here we are back at the front of the under-23 men's. So Rask finally made his way up from the back of the group to the side of his teammate Knudsen. Fenn to Knudsen's left. And potentially, no real changes. We've still got a big front group, same size as it was, just reshuffled into a different order. So we're looking at Denmark, South Africa, Portugal on the right of Denmark 2, and then outside that, Norway. In the back, in the blue and white stripes, we've got Argentina 1 and 2. We've got Foley in the front V-wash. Hungary in the yellow decked boat, which is Pelli, and Spain on the far left of the group and tucked in the back on the right. So Knudsen leading. Rask, Fenn, Pelli, Foley, Santos, 2 Argentinians, Ratto in the yellow boat, and his teammate Salinas in the black boat. So coming down, and it's about 2 minutes now until their first portage, and the stress levels will be sky high for some of these guys. Some only have to manage it, and some are on survival.
Trying to think what's going through Uli Hart's head at the moment. Just
tumbleweed at the moment. He's just in no man's land. He's going to have to regroup, make a decision. You know, what does he want to put into this? Is he racing later on in the weekend in K2 maybe?
Yeah, it's pride at stake more than anything else. And I must admit, there has been an example set by the Aussies earlier about just finishing it even though there's absolutely no contest left. So maybe he's got that in mind as well.
Iglesias from Spain at the back of that group, second Hungarian Varga, and the second Spaniard 3-2-1 on the far side just behind Norway.
This is going to be a sporty portage. That is a big bunch coming in.
The danger lies on the top turn, the turn they're just going to, the bottom turn. I think Knudsen will start to speed up at any point now just to make sure he's clear. And then that wide group at the back will have to come together, and there'll be some reshuffling. Knudsen leaves room for just one on his inside. That's all he has to do. Everyone looking okay so far. Then just reaching over that. So you can just see at the back, group has to thin out slightly. And Knudsen leads from Rask, from Fenn, from Foley, from Santos, from Pelli, from Ratto and Salinas. Away goes Knudsen. Comfortably away.
Comfortably, in fact, making good time.
Rask seems to have water in his boat. He's just having an empty out back there. That's gonna. It takes water so long to run from the back of your boat to the middle when you want it to go fast. It's an absolutely horrible place to be. Knudsen, proper quality portage.
And a great put in.
Portugal's Santos second away. Knudsen, he's going to stretch the group now.
This could shatter this front group.
Just trying to work out into the sun. It's hard to see who they all are, but it is going to string the group out. We've got 4 at the moment. That's Fenn, Santos, Knudsen and Foley, I think, is the fourth there. Foley just waiting for Fenn to go up the side, so the V opens up for him. It's a wise move and a sharp move from Foley. Four boats away.
Knudsen
But
paddles down.
Not for long. Argentinians are coming.
Fenn to the pool. Knudsen onto the diamond.
This is further back down the field. We're looking at Australia, the USA and Switzerland. I'll tell you what though, if practice made you win these races, Hewitt there from Australia, he has practiced so much in this week. He's been over this portage 1,000 times. So those three all running through. Switzerland, the USA and Australia. Switzerland 2 there with Zulik. Just trying to work out where on the course.
Foley
Just
banking the quickest time on that portage.
Different camera angle.
Interesting.
I think that's probably not true.
It's
'cause he came in fourth, came out third, didn't make any. He lost ground on Knudsen.
Didn't make an impact.
No. He did make the break though with that first group.
Legally compliant due system change. Good stuff from the Swiss. Nice put in. It's the minimum now. At this level, you need to be able to just throw that boat down, get 1 foot in, put some power into that through the first step into the bottom of the boat, and then jump into the cockpit. Maurus Zulik.
So that's the tail enders for you, and up the sharp end of the race, which we'll get back to soon. We'll see if there's been any evolution. I'm sure that the two Argentinians will get back to that front four. It's just who they'll take with them. Canadian running through.
Montanari.
Oh.
Second year student at Toronto University. Toronto Metropolitan University. Paddles with Burl Oak Canoe Club in Oakville, Ontario.
Japan. Shoulder in the boat.
It's clearly part of the Japanese training drills to shoulder the boat on the portage as much as they can. Coach is obviously pro that tactic.
It's certainly long enough to make it worthwhile if you're more comfortable carrying it that way. His teammate right on his tail, and this will be a personal battle. I'm sure they have an opinion over which one of these guys is the best. That opinion might vary depending which one you are. Up at the front end, it looks like the massive group is all, yeah, there we go.
Yep.
So I was just looking out the window before the camera changed, and we're back to 9 in that front group. More than 9, 10 in that front group. So at the back of that group, you're looking at Rask, you're looking at the Norwegian, and I'm not sure who's right at the back. Just need a bit of clarity. Sunshine taking the colours in the V-wash there in the yellow boat. That's going to be Ratto of Argentina. And somebody just struggling.
Someone
at the back
toiling
there.
on that outside wave, trying to ride it in to reconnect.
So there you go. Portugal lead from Ireland, from Spain, from Denmark. Argentina tucked in the back. Then the green boat of Joshua Fenn of South Africa, followed by Rask, followed by the Hungarian Peli. The other Argentinian, Salinas, on the right. I think it's Peli who's the one falling off the back. It's just not really anywhere for him to head to with a group that shape. Round the top turn they go. Green boat of Fenn restricting the movement of Rask. As Fenn moves up, I'm sure Rask will follow him. Up goes Fenn. No, Rask chooses left instead of right, which shuts down the opportunity of a V for anyone else. Yellow boat will move across to the new leader. No new leader. Portugal remain at the front. Through goes Knudsen on Portugal's, Santos's right-hand side. Next time we see them, I think that Knudsen will be the new leader. Nope, it's still with Portugal. Big effort going on top of your screen. Looks like we're losing Norway coming out to the right hand side of your shot as we speak. He's struggling. Peli seems to be back in the game after the turn. He's done extremely well to get back there. And it's the Spaniard who was in the black boat coming up the right. He's changed his plan. He's going to duck back to the middle of the group. So just a journey at the moment coming down for portage number 2.
Does give you a sense of just how far back that chasing group is.
So Foley leads. Santos in the V behind him. Knudsen to his right. Spaniard to his left. Still stress at the back of the group.
One of the Spaniards trying to come around on the right of that bunch.
Argentina in the yellow boat. Ratto on the far left of the group as we look at it.
$11 on that bunch.
Norway doing his own thing out to the side. Going his own way. Fleetwood Mac was the answer I was looking for yesterday.
Oh, okay. Tune.
There's a little bit of excitement. Knudsen stepped it up a little. Foley looks to his right. Norway, I'm going to assume Norway's out of touch with the group now. He's so far to the right, riding those big waves like his compatriots, the Volds, did last year in the K2. Here comes the speed. Knudsen presses on. Santos to his left. Ratto to his right.
This is a little test from Knudsen. He's looking out of his left and right peripheral vision to see who is able to match it and what they've got at this stage in the game.
Main beneficiary here is Rask. He's being hassled for his place in the group. Santos moves back in. Rask and Fenn will fight for the same wave. And it's neither of them who gets it. It's Portugal's Santos. It's tight in there. Rask fighting for a V-wash that wasn't his. And you know who gets it? Fenn. No, he's going to go round the outside.
Going up on the outside.
Squeezes. Yeah, he didn't quite make it round the Argentinian. It was a good move.
It was a bold move.
Brave move.
He's not done yet. Watch.
So Knudsen seemingly the one who can do the damage at the moment. And Rask paid the price for fighting for a wash that wasn't his. And he's having to do some work now to re-establish his position in the group. Pelly has recovered from that little wobble we had earlier on where he looked like he'd lost contact. So Rask will try and squeeze out Fenn at some point, I think, before, just seeing where they are on the course, before the turn. If he feels he's got it in him.
Certainly looks like he's got his sights set on him.
Rask, of course, won the 5K at the Sprint World Championships earlier this year. And there goes Ratto pushing up. The reason he saw that Rask was coming around, who took out Fenn. Fenn's happy with that, though, straight into the V.
Big win for Matty Fenn.
And Santos was the one who suffered there. He's going to come up to the tail of the yellow boat of Ratto, and everyone settles down again. 3-2-1 at the back is the one who's struggling to respond, and that's Moreno from Spain.
Little bluster from Ratto, but beautifully covered by Philip Knudsen.
So Ratto's motivation there wasn't to get past Knudsen, it was just to hold off the attack on his right-hand side. He seems super aware of that stuff. He's so quick to accelerate.
He's got
round the turn they come. Knudsen best organised on the last portage. Foley has to drop on his tail as Knudsen cuts the boys tight. Ratto looking good and going right with Knudsen. To the left comes Foley. Rask going right. He has no choice out that far. Spain, Portugal, left. Away goes Knudsen. Knudsen seems so well drilled on this. There's all sorts of chaos back there with boats being emptied. Is it Rask emptying his boat again?
It looks like it.
That could be an equipment failure for Rask on the pump.
Pumps, yep. Knudsen away super fast again.
Argentina with Ratto away fast as well. Foley trying to get to Knudsen. Foley living and training out here now, so he knows these Danes really well. So if he's that motivated to get to Knudsen, he believes that Knudsen could make this stick. End of the day for Norway. He was off the group, and this is only going to be a backwards journey for Sandsvik now. Away goes Knudsen. Those four. Got a little break between the chase pack.
Oh!
Down goes one of the supporters. That's always good fun, isn't it?
Well, as long as it's a supporter going down, not one of the paddlers.
So that was a Norwegian support crew there, taking a face plant.
One for the team.
Czech's in all sorts of trouble. I think he survived it though. That was
Yehoda.
That was Yehoda. And Argentina take up the pull at the front. Already back to 6 though. They caught up surprisingly quickly. That's Santos and Salinas and Fenn. Still no sign of Rask. It does seem that was him that emptied his boat again on this lap. So that spells trouble for Rask. Each time you do that, there's another catch up. Liam Lace on his own, just behind him. Not sure who it is, but he's got another athlete just behind him. Can't see them on screen. And the journey up to the top turn begins again.
Liam Lace, whose times at the Worlds have been troubled by equipment failure, so he'll be looking forward to a race where he's not bugged by equipment letting him down. Wanganui Canoe Club, originally.
So Switzerland, Australia and the USA. Searles from the USA. Switzerland kind of forgot his boat when he got out there. There's a couple of prerequisites for a portage.
I know I've forgotten something.
So Switzerland lead from the USA and Australia. Swiss in and away, USA also, and the Australian, all three together, no problems.
Tim Muller gradually being reeled in. Glorious blue skies over Jelst today. Only weather factor that is influencing today is moderate wind blowing across the course from west to east.
Zulik from Switzerland on his own at the back. At some point though, he might have, I'm just looking along the course, just wondering where Uli Hart is. I think he's a good few minutes further back still.
Yeah. And when we last saw him, he was in tap-tap mode.
You see the official walking the length of the raft. Occasionally there have been bolts sticking up from that raft. They just shake loose as all the runners, you can feel the vibration almost from the cabin here when a big crowd go down there. That vibration just loosens some of the bolts, and when they stick up badly. And we had a little incident in the Masters racing earlier in the week.
Oh, great!
One of the athletes hitting the deck very, very hard. So it's just a check over every now and then, just to make sure there's no danger. And front group now of 8 again. 2 just off the back. So Fenn, Knudsen, Ratto, Iglesias, Foley, Salinas, Pelli and Santos. That's your front group right there. Canada running through the portage. It's good to see Ronan Foley back up the sharp end of these races. He's right up there as a junior. He's coached by John Simmons back in Ireland. Now he's moved to Denmark and he's coming back to where he belongs, up the sharp end.
Massimo Montanari on his way. Japan in the form of Rio Kondo coming into the portage.
The old paddle in the boat trick. That's a habit you really don't want to be getting into. A little bit shaky getting in, but he's away.
It's just a waste of time, isn't it? I mean, you can easily afford to run that short distance with a paddle in your hand. It's a wasted second getting it into the boat.
And then getting it out again at the other end.
And there's always the risk that the damn thing is going to get wedged under the cockpit or under the back deck.
And there's Rask getting a lift back with a black boat at the top of the screen. I think that's the second Spaniard. Trying to get this group back to 10 boats. It looks like they're going to make it. Rask has made heavy work of this last couple of laps. Fenn going to the right of the group.
Sure, this is lap 4 and there's 10 and growing.
Still the two Argentinians there. Salinas with the peak and the black boat. Ratto with the yellow boat. Rask on his own now at the back. Looking like he might be just dangling off this group on his own now. So 13k to go. Foley in the sunglasses leads.
Knudsen looking very comfortable, just casting an eye over as much of that front group as he can.
Up until now, Knudsen's looked the best, I think, in this group. Rask, he's on quite a nice big wave back there, but if anything happens, the gap opens up again. I don't think he'd be sitting there out of choice. But maybe actually being back there, he doesn't get shovelfuls of water put in his boat that he's got to empty out of the portage. So could be a conscious decision. He doesn't look too stressed back there. That's 322 we're looking at. Rask in the far back of the shot. Foley leads from Knudsen. The far distance, two British paddlers. So there's Rask just out to the right of that group. You can see the big wave he's rolling down. He's comfortable there. And it's just saving him maybe filling up with water from all the paddle splashes. 2 portages out of 2 he's had to stop and empty out. Again, Knudsen goes to the front. With about 3 minutes to go to the portage. He does like Fenn on the outside.
Fenn's going up on the outside.
Being held off by the
Foley's going with
Spaniard. Foley doesn't want to be cut in by the Spaniard. It's going to be a 3-horse race until someone gives. Soon as the Spaniard gives, Foley will give. Spaniard goes again. It's a solid effort. And again, he gives. Foley will drop back onto the side of Knudsen. Yellow boat of the Argentinian makes his way back to the tail of Knudsen. That little flurry will have hurt Rask more than anyone else. A little bit of a dented ego for the Spaniard who didn't make it past Foley. But other than that,
Matty Finn has found himself in economy class. He'd love to get back up.
Pelly doing well now, second wash out on this side. He looked so uncomfortable earlier, but he seems to be back in the game.
For all that sabre rattling, Philip Knudsen was the one that came out of there with the points earned.
Santos has looked very well organised throughout as well. Glacius was the Spaniard who was shut down by Foley. And Moreno in the black boat. Rask's still there though. Still riding those big waves just behind the group. He's got about a minute and a half to go to the portage, and he's just closed up to striking distance. Fenn looks to be labouring on the far side.
He does.
As Rask comes into a V-wash.
Pedro Ratto spent most of this lap sitting comfortably on the diamond.
Ratto's been really impressive.
He has. Ross coming up the left.
Safe back there, provided nothing happens in front of him as we go round this turn. And he's just hoping that he doesn't have to empty his boat out again, surely. All nicely round. It's the Spaniard Moreno.
Knudsen
who didn't manage to hold his place. Moreno's on his way back to the back of Fenn's boat. Knudsen looking good, but Santos looking increasingly good. Up goes Foley to the right-hand side. Knudsen goes right this time. They're all going right this time. It's really tight. Knudsen just loses boat and was super lucky that it was held in by the boat of Santos.
But he's away clean, and once again, he's putting the pressure on the rest of this group with a superbly... This is Philip Knudsen at his very best. Raising his game, Denmark's man is in charge. Through the seconding zone he comes. Quick put-in. His put-ins are superb.
Whoa, there's trouble there for somebody. They're still there. That was Santos of Portugal. Just failed to get his entry right first time, but he's away quickly. Foley is the one who's having to chase down Knudsen, but that's a fair gap. Knudsen's going to make him pay at least something to get back to him. Foley leads the chase.
5 ducks running for cover as Philip Knudsen comes steaming through. Last 3 portages, same story. Masterclass from Philip Knudsen and the rest of the pack scrambling to reform.
That's hard work there for Foley. There's still another wave to climb before he can get back in touch. He's going to take some deep breaths when he does get back. Now we're safe. There he goes.
Matty Fenn in the hurt as well. Grinding his way up on the left.
Salinas making a run for Fenn. And I hope that Fenn can close the gap for him. Santos back on that right-hand side.
Well, it's Friday afternoon after work here in Jelsen. There's a crowd gathering, sensing that there is a good thing coming for Denmark, with Philip Knudsen really putting his hand up at this stage.
Iglesias also tucked in the V again now as Czech Republic come through. Along with French and the Italians.
Philip Jahoda in the Czech colours. So an hour into the race, 2 full laps to go after this.
Front group looks like it's reforming. Didn't see where second Dane ended up. Thorben Rask, I'm sure he would have wanted, he's just at the back of that group still. Everyone back together. Ratto and Fenn probably having the toughest job now. There's an overhead shot of the get-in. So quick. There's the Portuguese just managed to be saved by the corner of that landing stage. And they've all made it back. But certainly it is Philip Knudsen making the rest of them look just a little bit ordinary. And Rask is off the back again, out to that right-hand side. He obviously likes it out there. The Norwegians did it in the K2 last year. He's going for it this year. I'm not sure if it's through choice or just through the fact that his pump's not working. USA, Switzerland, Ireland 2. That's Paul Donnellan from Ireland. And labouring at the back is the Australian. That's Harry Hewitt. Ireland, Switzerland, USA and Australia. As we're coming into the sharper end of this, probably time spent with the front group would be the way to spend our time now. If we can get back to that front group, it would be brilliant as they approach the top turn on lap 5 of 7.
Philip Knudsen winning himself lots of fans and admirers in a country that already has Mads Pedersen as a hero.
Absolutely. There's the front group. It's Knudsen out to the right, not Knudsen, Rask out to the right at the back. We've now got just 8, so somebody else is off the back of that. It's the black boat. Could be Moreno of Spain.
I think it is.
There's some lovely big rolling waves back there that Knudsen is riding. It'd be a brave man to do that.
If you had to look at that group and skin it down to 4 to dominate when we get to the sharp end of this race, pick your 4.
Knudsen is number 1.
Yep.
Santos has looked really good. I really like Ratto and Foley, I think. It's based purely on that. There are the only 4 names I could remember off the top of my head, Dave.
It's pretty close to my shortlist as well. Ronan Foley has really impressed me in this race.
He has. He's done very little actual leading, as far as I can tell.
It's been a tactically astute race. He's done the hard work when he's needed to. He stayed out of trouble, but he is right in the mix. And the good thing about that is, if you're conserving energy for what is going to be the critical stage when numbers get skinned down to potential podium places, then he's doing it all right.
Absolutely. So Fenn leading at the moment. They all squeeze their way around that turn. It is Moreno in the black boat at the back, with Thorben Rask.
Mauro Zulik back in and back in business for Switzerland. On his own. There's no urgency in that. Just measured economy being the priority at this stage, I think, as he heads on to lap 5.
So Switzerland make their way lonely journey up to the top. There's plenty of company still in that front group of 8, with the 2 just hanging off to the side. The red and white boat of Thorben Rask and the black boat of Moreno. Looks like, oh, it's hard to tell, camera angles again, but that group still vaguely together. It's all slowed down quite a lot. Fenn leading. As Japan come pounding through the portage.
So an unusually big bunch at the front. You unfortunately can't see it. We need to get lenses zooming in on what is happening at the front of the race, because calm before the storm time. There we are gradually. There's another look. Maddie Fenn is still at the front doing the hard yards, towing them with Knudsen just to his left, the Argentinian to his right.
Rask back up in contention with that group on the far side. Did he bring the Spaniard with him? Yes, he did. He's behind the yellow boat of Ratto. This group is travelling pretty slowly now. It's a period of the race where there doesn't seem to be any gain to be had. And in the group behind, it's Norway and Great Britain. Luke Shaw of Great Britain and Matt Collins just coming around the corner. Here goes Rask. It's going to be his first time at the front. He is going to make this stick. Having a little look across.
Ratto's going with him.
And it's Knudsen who's the most stressed out of that. Rask is going to get to Knudsen. Knudsen did not want Rask to be ending up leading that. Maybe a little bit of personal angst there. It's the first time for a long time that we've seen Rask getting into the damage area. Santos up there with Knudsen. That's the bow of Santos's boat we see there. Knudsen breathing heavy after that one. There's a bit of recovery to do.
And after that flurry of punches, Matty Fenn, who was pulling, goes off the back and is now having to do quite a bit of work when he was hoping to slip quietly back onto recovery diamond, which he's managed to do, but it did cost him a...
It was Salinas. It was the two black boats of Salinas and Moreno who really suffered there. But the group concertina's back together again.
Philip Knudsen does not like having a challenge for the front of the race. He comes blustering back and just asserts himself by going to the front when he knows he's got the capacity to do that at any stage in the race. He doesn't need to do it all of the time.
I think it's personalities more. There are some people he doesn't mind leading. He's happy to let Fenn lead. He's confident that he can overtake Fenn at will. I think Rask is a danger. Rask has been very strong in the sprints. 1,000 metre sharp end of the world on that. 5,000 metres sharp end of the world on that as well. So Pelly's been quite quiet as well recently. But there's Fenn. Moreno going round the outside of Fenn. Fenn head down. That's because he's getting his drink, not because he's tired. And all of a sudden, Rask is back in this game. Ratto on his outside. Santos looks super cool throughout. And we're currently not sure where Foley is. I think he's to the left of...
He's to the left of Santos.
Just his bow there.
Santos a sprint threat.
He's been so good through all this. He's covered everything. I would think, yes.
We're now well into this race and battle plans for the end are going to be formed in the heads. Philip Knudsen will be shortlisting the real threats to make sure that he can contain and control. There, Santos goes up on his left.
Foley, and that was Santos. Santos only defending from Foley, and it was a simple defence. Rask doing the same on the other side with Ratto. Foley has to fall back because there won't be room round for two on the left of Knudsen.
Into the bottom turn they go. Portage now just 15 seconds away.
We're getting into the area where we could start seeing mistakes happening on the portage now. Pelly off the back of that group, looking uncomfortable.
Well, Knudsen has not put a foot or paddle wrong, particularly around the portages. He's asserted his dominance here in the portages every time as Denmark's Philip Knudsen leads the paddlers into the portage.
Spain come left.
In they come, and it's Philip Knudsen powering away on the portage. And the Danish fans,
Denmark,
rise to their feet.
Portugal.
Philip Knudsen powering away. Looks over his right shoulder. He is being shadowed.
Denmark, Spain, Portugal. This is a big break. This is a serious break, I think, this time.
Spain going with him.
Ooh, a little bit slow getting in. Knudsen again takes it to them. They're going to have to catch up, and that's a big catch to do.
There he goes.
Each time he does this, yes, it hurts him just a little bit, but the others have to climb waves. Knudsen away.
This is a serious effort to get away from Philip Knudsen now.
It's Santos doing the closing, and he's doing the closing very effectively. He's dragging up the Spaniard with him. That's Iglesias of Spain getting the ride back. They're all going to get back there eventually. There goes Santos. Foley is fourth at the moment. He's following the tail of Santos up to the left. He'll be hoping the Spaniard comes right of Knudsen and he can duck into the V. That's what he's waiting for at the moment. He's just waiting. The Spaniard probably tactically should stay where he is for now.
Paddles down.
So all change.
Juice.
Group will reform. Santos not as motivated. He needs a rest. Foley goes up his left. Round the outside comes Fenn, and he'll squeeze. Maybe he won't squeeze. No, he won't. So nobody wants to take the lead, and it's all going very, very slow.
It's all going very, very well for Philip Knutson. Every one of those portages is a mental checklist, and he paddles away on his own with a lot of the boxes ticked. He can feel very confident going into the closing
Off he
2
goes
laps.
again. Ratto looking a little bit more shaky at the back of the group. Rask has found his way into a comfortable zone again, and Pelly not so much. That black and yellow boat.
That's Italy's Ferligio.
Italy, France and Czech Republic working together. No chance of catching anyone up. So all back together again.
On lap 6, heading up to the top.
Fenn takes the lead. Moreno out to the left. He's gone now. And he looks like he's going to be hunted down by Norway and Great Britain with Luke Shaw and Sjur Seksvik, I think that is, for Norway. Front group. Up comes Ratto on the right hand side. Wants to re-establish himself at the front end. Rask at the back.
Liam Lace. He's on his own as he comes through portage and onto lap 6. Now let's see if we
Be
can
great to stay with that front group.
Yeah, I'm craning to see whether we can pick up any additional information, because this whole race is now on the boil in the front of the race. There it is.
A couple of Norwegians.
Matt Fenn still pulling at the front. He's been happy to put up his hands to do the hard yards there.
Usually at this stage of the race, the one who's leading is the one who fears other people joining that group more than anyone else. So usually fueled by fear, we see the next group come in: Ireland, Switzerland, Australia and USA. There's some tired men here.
Juice coming off for the Irishman, so he'll be heading into the seconding lane. That's exactly what he does. At speed, drops his empty drinking bag.
Australian also coming in for a refill.
Neatly replenished by his support team. Oh.
Switzerland a little bit awkward, but he's away.
It's a micro line. If you get your foot slightly off that center line as you jump into it, you're going to tilt the cockpit going in. And you've got to be wide awake to prevent either taking water on board or, even worse, going over the top of the cockpit as you get in and landing up in the drink. Yeah, and your read is spot
I think
on.
the American with that haircut's very much got the blue steel look from Zoolander going on. I quite like that. It's quite... Get a head-on shot there. Yeah, very much blue steel.
Just add some RoboCop shades and you're away.
Yeah. Sadly, he's probably too young to know the reference, but so Ireland lead from Switzerland, USA and Australia. If we can get back to the front group,
That
we'll
would be
give you some information up there. We'll get there in the end.
I'll trade a Rombal for a view of the front now.
That's a chase pack now. That's Norway, Spain and Great Britain.
There's the latest tracker from the front. So we've got the GPS reading, which still has Matt Finn at the front, Knudsen with him,
There he is.
Foley, Salinas. That's a long distance glimpse as they go around the turn cans.
I think a few people happy just to let Fenn do the lead for now. We're going to have a lapped athlete on this lap.
I don't think it's good for Fenn. He's had to work hard consistently to stay on that front bunch, and he's being, I think, being used as a bit of a workhorse here. He's a tough customer. I think he'd far sooner be at the front doing the pulling than being considered a discardable element and having to scramble on from the back.
These guys not so far behind anymore. A little flurry again. That chase pack getting closer and closer. You know when they'll catch up? At the last portage, only to be dropped again. That's how these things tend to work. But that front group travelling very slowly now. Second group catching by the second. Knudsen is aware of them. He's had a look over his shoulder. He's trying to make decisions. Spain with Iglesias leading and not leading very fast. Rask on the outside of the group. Ratto in to the left of him. Pelly tucked in behind the back of Ratto.
The paddler in front about to be lapped. We lapped well before they get down to the bottom turn can.
And still the gap closes. Change of lead in that chase group. Each change of lead fairly meaningful by the look of it. They're working hard back there.
That'll come at a cost. If they do get back on, they burnt a lot of matches to get there.
He's going to wonder what's happened in a minute when 20 people come piling past. It's going to be a bit of a life-changing moment. Rask stopping and fiddling with something in his boat again.
Very calm. Philip Knudsen adjusting his juice. This is that numb moment before it all starts getting really manic. You just get that calm before the storm feeling. Pace is slacked off.
It's slow now. That's standard. There's nothing wrong with that. Half the people in this group don't mind whether those other people rejoin or not. There's just a few that do. It's Luke Shaw leading the charge back to that group at the moment.
Ratto nicely positioned, as he has been for much of this race. And not afraid to assert himself. He's happy to arm wrestle with whoever's at the front. But not just from his physique. The way he's paddled the race, the larger-than-life character on that bunch is definitely Denmark's Philip Knudsen.
Yeah. That group are just moments away now, I think, from closing the gap. Norwegian doing the lead-in. Japanese athlete is going to be surrounded any moment.
I think he'll
Iglesias
wisely
leads.
scamper for cover, otherwise he's going to get run over.
I think he'll just get run over. Rask on the outside. Ratto to the right of Iglesias, who leads currently from Knudsen, whose white bow we see just in shot.
He's permanently scanning that front bunch.
Up on the outside comes Foley. He's going to go all the way to the front. Does he not want the others to catch up? Iglesias goes on. There goes the Japanese through that group.
And Ratto can't resist. He's going with him.
He just wants to hold Foley off. Just doesn't want to be squeezed, and he's done it comfortably again. I'm quite impressed by Ratto. Foley licking his wounds after a failed attempt to get round Ratto there.
Yosei Sakai basking in his moment in the glory. I'm sure that's a picture he'll put up on his bedroom wall. Look at my company, rarefied company in marathon.
And that chase group's down to 2. It's Luke Shaw gradually but surely getting contact. He's bringing the Norwegian with him. And we're going to have another 2 people to add to this group. Pretty much literally as they reach the portage. Iglesias leads. He likes to lead slowly when he leads. There's no rush. Santos to the left of Knudsen. Fenn in the green, Pelly in the yellow, Foley with the sunglasses, Salinas still there, Rask still there, and that's the bow of Luke Shaw from Great Britain, who's joining in. He's made the jump on his own. He's left the Norwegian. Norwegian is off and falling back.
Yep.
So great work from Luke Shaw there. Trains up at Nottingham, and away goes, guess who for the portage? Yep, it's Knudsen.
Wait, there's a pattern developing here. Surely if you want to try and win this race, you're going to have to come up with a plan to dethrone Philip Knudsen, because right now he is mastering this race. The Dane, come up with a plan to get the better of him. You'll need to get into the portage first, for starters.
It doesn't look like anyone's going to get into the portage before him. He's done all the portages in the lead so far.
He's got a blueprint that's just working perfectly at the moment.
Salinas and Pelly struggling on the inside at the back of that group. Santos looking good. Iglesias also looking good.
Portage time. And this after-work crowd in Yels is looking forward to seeing the local hero Philip Knudsen coming into the portage. And
Santos going left, Knudsen out, up and
beautifully
running.
out by Knudsen. He's first out. Santos. Fenn is out
Green
really
boat
quickly.
Fenn much better than he has been.
First time he's really got it
Portuguese
right.
Santos, who messed up slightly that time.
Philip Knudsen in front of his fans, running into the drink lane. Beautifully done. Over his head, he's straight out. Matty Fenn is right with him.
This is the best we've seen from Fenn on the portages.
Knudsen, Fenn,
Little bit shaky from a couple there. And it's Fenn who leads out of this one.
So last long lap.
Fenn taking it to them.
Well played, Matty Fenn.
Knudsen on his side.
Yeah, not that urgent to get away.
I'll tell you who we're missing this time is Foley. So we got Iglesias,
Portugal
the
and
Spaniard,
Spain are there.
Santos from Portugal, Fenn and Knudsen.
And Fenn is quite keen to up the ante.
There's Foley on the outside of that group to the right of Ratto.
Both Argentinians.
Rask again, off the back on his own. He's having a torrid time on those
I wonder if there
portages.
isn't a technical niggle in there. He's just been distracted. He's continually been fiddling inside his boat. I wonder if there isn't something that's irritating him.
I imagine falling off the group irritates him quite a lot.
Roger that.
Santos looking super good. Fenn stepped it up a notch. I think we were gradually in our minds pushing him further back down the group, but he's just rekindled that flame, and we have to reconsider him as one of the contenders again.
Philip Knudsen bossing this group, looking over his shoulder, reading
There's
the riot
Rask.
act to Pedro Rato.
There's Rask out on his own on the big rolling waves again. Good news for Great Britain and Luke Shaw, who's established himself comfortably in that group now. On the left of the group, Santos fiddling with his drink stuff, just trying to get himself organised. And this is back at the portage. Check nicely
France
up and
and
out of his
check.
boat. France and...
That's elegant. That little bounce as you get out, which just raises the boat as you get onto the jetty, is clever. That's elegant exit technique from the Czech paddler.
So Czech, France and... Oh, that boat took a knock. Italy.
All good. They get away clean.
And on the final last lap, it would be really good if we could just follow the front group,
I think-
because everything becomes increasingly significant now. Every move, every defence.
So there's a little window, there's a little black hole in our coverage there as a result of our drone's reach and range. So we can only hold our breath as that big front bunch heads its way up to the top turn can, where we can get another of our static camera shots.
We'll bring everything to you as we can.
And I've got to say,
everyone's aware of what you want. We're
there
giving
is-
it our best shot.
there is such a great crowd that's gathered here on the side of Lake Yels. Lots of locals that would love to start their weekend by crowning a Danish champion. And right now, you'd fancy their chances of seeing a Danish gold medal in a few hours as being pretty good. Philip Knudsen has been the dominant force in this race from the get-go. He's led going into all those portages. He's put stress on the rest of the front bunch coming out of the portages. And this crowd that you're looking at right now has lapped up every little bit of it. And you can be sure that Knudsen has fed off that every time he's come through and
That's
he's heard
the
the
cable
howling.
cam. Looking at the crowd, we get a view of the crowd, and we can treat that crowd, if Dave presses number 8 on that keyboard, we can treat the crowd to a return view of us. Oh, we're not coming over. We're in the, not on the main screen, but we are on the computer screen in here. So repress the 8, Dave. We don't want to see that ourselves.
We can give a last 3 seconds to try and get a glimpse of us at the crowd before we go back to the real action.
There we go.
There
There
we
we
are.
go.
There we are, everybody.
I better wave with that hand, then you can see us.
Well played. Thanks,
So
love.
that's your erstwhile commentary team. Meanwhile, back at the front, it's Ronan Foley, it's Santos, Salinas, Rato. Neto's a supermarket, isn't it? Rato's a paddler, Neto is a supermarket. I've got to get that right.
That's why
Luke Shaw establishing himself up there.
This is the Australia, Ireland and Switzerland further back down the field, coming down the bottom turn cans. It feels a little bit like the early days of following the trips to the moon, where they went the other side of the moon and there was just this void of coverage and the world held its breath, not knowing what on earth was happening. And every minute feels like an hour.
Italian having a refuel.
Neatly done.
So, predictions for that final portage. You have to favour, I guess, Philip Knudsen. On average, he's been the dominant force on the portage, but Foley's made his way to the front now. We haven't seen him do that, so he's obviously thinking a little bit more aggressively now than he was earlier on. Knudsen to the right of Foley. Santos has been so clean through this whole race, and he's still there on the left of Foley, right at the front.
So while this race is underway, just a quick appeal, please, to the medalists in the C1 women under 23 and K1 men under 23. Please, can you present yourselves to the medal holding area in front of the big screen. So C1 women under 23, K1 men under 23.
K1 men are still out on the water there, Dave.
No, sorry, correction. C2 men, C2 junior men and C1 women under 23.
Rask off the back of that group, still just closing down slightly maybe. Behind him, the Norwegian, I think from there on his own has lost touch. Rask working hard. And we've got a breakaway to the left of the group as well.
A splinter group. Coming right back in.
Coming back in. Quick change of heart there. Ratto at the back of that group now as Foley leads. Knudsen and Santos best positioned.
Maddie Finn on the diamond.
Ratto making a plan to come around that right hand side. Just trying to work out who he's got to cut off. He's not going to cut off Knudsen, but he could easily force Knudsen to go to the front, which would suit his needs anyway. So it's going to be interesting. That yellow boat of Ratto, I don't think he's going to stay out on that wide side for too much longer. Rask at the back on his own. Shaw on the outside in the vest of Great Britain. Santos looked good from the start.
Ivan, this portage will be decisive.
It will, for sure. And the people who've come up short on the portage so far, Rask is in that list every time. Salinas, we haven't seen him shine on a portage yet. We have no idea what Luke Shaw's been doing because we've only seen one from him. But he's positioned well at the moment, and to get a top 5 result from where he's been would be huge.
And if Ratto fancies a medal, he's going to have to assert himself on the portage.
I'm surprised, yeah, I would have thought he would have tried to move up already, but just running out of room on the reeds there. He's just squeaking around the inside.
Not that that's an issue, that's deep water there.
Yep, it's only the reeds themselves that are the obstacle. Rask still trawling it out at the back. There's no way you can come into this portage where he is there and come out in contention. You might have a nice wave back there. It might be an easy ride, but...
It's kind of been the story.
There goes Knudsen.
There goes Philip Knudsen up on
Foley
the outside.
only a half-hearted attempt to hold him off. Now's the time for Ratto if he wants to go round the Spaniard.
And Knudsen is trying to hurt this bunch. Really powerful surge from the Dane.
Ratto
Foley goes with him.
Ratto's going to move up.
Fenn stays there.
Having a little sniff at the side wash that belongs to Foley. A little bit aggressive. And always a long shot. Round to the right goes Santos. Up the left comes Shaw, taking on Foley. Foley moves left just to hold him off. Job done.
It's getting tense.
Everything settles again. Where will the next attack come from? Should be Santos on the right-hand side, maybe.
Remember, this is the last time that they will come down on a full lap. They're coming down into view.
Here comes Santos.
Iglesias is putting Knudsen under pressure.
It's Santos putting Iglesias under pressure, but he's held him off. It was an attack from the Portuguese. He didn't make it round. Shortly or straight after those attacks is the time for someone else to go. It could have been Luke Shaw on the left, but he's had a rough ride to get this far. So everything settles again.
Philip Knudsen's had an answer for just everything that's been thrown at him.
Here comes Santos again, just moving up slowly, seeing if there's going to be room for him to have a go. Not fancying his chances right now.
And Ratto's suboptimal right at the back. You can see him in the shot there. It's not where he would like to be.
If you make a move now, it has to stick, because a failed move now is an expense you can't afford. So Santos and Shaw are constantly thinking of overtaking the people in front of them. They just have to pick a moment, and when they pick it, it has to be for real.
So they're coming into the lower end of Lake Gels in front of the crowd.
There goes Santos. All in, and he's lost.
Knudsen's got it covered. It's all it took. 3 big strokes from the Dane. Door closed.
We nearly had another pop. The Portuguese Spaniard moved right on him straight away and closed that door.
Pace is high.
No one wants to overtake Knudsen at the front. They just want to get to his side wash, and that's what all the tussling's about. No one's interested in getting the lead. They just want to move up the rankings before the portage.
We've got a back marker
and they're
just
right
in front of them as well.
on the turn now, and the back marker needs to be out of the way.
He needs to scoot, to be honest.
Have a look behind you and see that the big group is coming, and you need to be out of the way for this portage.
This is the most critical portage of the race.
Pelly in trouble. Knudsen clear. The back marker goes left. That leaves Knudsen's favoured right-hand side open. Iglesias goes with him. Santos, for the first time, not looking particularly comfortable. To the left comes Foley. He's going to have to deal with the back marker.
Philip Knudsen goes right.
Back marker up and running.
Knudsen so fast. First out. The Dane is back in the lead.
Foley second. Spaniard third. Fenn fourth. Portugal fifth.
And listen to this crowd getting behind Philip Knudsen as he goes through the portage for the last time.
Canada just needs to stop running at this point, I think, because there's going to be people putting their boats in all over the top of him. Knudsen, up, away, and off. He's in. Oh, that is tight to the edge. They are running it so fine to that edge. And it's Santos is the one who's with Knudsen. Fenn behind him. Foley behind him. Behind him is Iglesias of Spain, then Luke Shaw, then the 2 Argentinians. But it's Santos with... Oh, it's all closing in. Santos goes round the other side.
Cuts right across
Foley
Fenn.
comes to the right. Foley's not put a foot wrong yet.
Fenn ducks inside. Good move, good move.
Foley has a pop at Knudsen. Ineffectual at this point. Maybe it's just an exploratory. Santos now needs to settle and get comfortable. These are your front 4. I don't think that's going to change. Only Iglesias there at the back of the shot can change that.
That was just an exploratory jab. He wants to know if there's an uppercut that could deliver the knockout blow here. I'm not sure if he's got it.
Knudsen's done a lot of work. It's the secondary attack that's going to get Knudsen. If Foley has a go, they thrash it out for 20, 30 seconds, then opens the door for Santos of Portugal after that. Josh Fenn just has to be patient now. He has to pick the winning side when it appears and hope that the last 50 meters can be his.
There's 3 medals going to come out of those 5. Knudsen leads as they go into the top turn for the final turn into the finish.
Not much room to Knudsen's left there.
Cutting it very tight, all good.
It's going to be tough for Fenn to get round.
Fenn's got caught a little in the traffic.
Just squeezed out the back slightly for Fenn. No stress for Santos. He'll just come up the outside again when the turn opens up. Impressive that Iglesias has made it back to those 4. This is your front 4. So who did we have? We had those front 3 when you asked me to name them.
Pretty much.
I didn't have the... I don't
and
think
here
I
we
had
go.
Fenn.
It's the home straight. And Denmark's Philip Knudsen is holding all the cards. You can see him taking a deep breath. He's composing himself.
Wait for the attacks. Fenn coming around the outside. That's ambitious on his part. I think probably over-ambitious.
And a shade too early.
Foley's going to go first. There goes Knudsen. He's up the speed. He thinks the others can't match that speed, but he's a hell of a long way out from the finish. I think this plays to the others. Foley goes.
Foley and Knudsen. Foley and Knudsen. Knudsen is just ahead. Foley on the outside.
Foley looking the stronger of the 2.
Knudsen seems to have an answer. He's holding him, but it's a long way out. Can he keep the speed?
When these 2 are done, it's really going to open the door for the Portuguese. Foley inching his way past. He has come past. It's going to be Foley's. Portuguese is out of this now. Santos is for 3rd. Foley all the way. There's another 100 meters to go, but Knudsen's got nothing left.
Clear.
A great race from Foley.
And the resignation in the paddle stroke of Philip Knudsen. It's going to be a silver medal for the Dane.
Knudsen opens himself up to attack from the Portuguese.
Ronan Foley's your champion for Ireland. Philip Knudsen taking silver.
And Fenn in 4th. Great race from him. Then it's Iglesias. Then it's Salinas. Then it's Pelly. Then it's Shaw. Then Ratto. And that's your first group 8. Hats off to Luke Shaw, who was the one who made it back from that second chase group and put himself in the mix right at the end there.
Ronan Foley.
Foley cautious with his energy stores throughout that race. Saved enough for the end. You see how fine it is. That head-to-head was probably close to 200 meters. And eventually it was the Dane, Philip Knudsen, who cracked. That was another great race.
He held that for almost 100 meters. And I think his efforts to dominate at the front of the race and continually put the burn on and put the hurt into that group may have cost him. Foley had budgeted his reserves magnificently, and when he came past, there was no answer. The way you saw Philip Knudsen resign, almost slack off and cruise home in silver, was acceptance that Foley had played his cards perfectly at just the right time.
So the biggest disappointment on the day goes to Rask. I'm sure he was hoping for more than that. There he is paddling back to the athlete area, not taking part in the communal cuddle.
Ryo Kondo crossing the line for Japan. Another good top 10 finish for Japan. New Zealand still coming through the portage, so a long way off the action. It'd be good to savour some of the... That's almost like a giddy processing of what has happened on the water for the last hour and a half when you get to this stage.
That Japanese result has to be the best Japanese result ever.
I go with that. We need to celebrate what these Japanese paddlers are producing this year, because you can read quite a bit into what has being done there? Saksvik.
Had he been lapped? And he's got a -1 lap, maybe. I can't remember. We'll get you that information.
We'll task one of the
I think
ITOs
he's been
with that.
lapped. We've been duped by.
He was lapped, correct. Well played, Lawler. We fell
So
for that.
it did seem a bit unusual that he was up there with the Spaniards, but hats off to him. He still crossed the line in that position. Can't argue with that. So there you go. Ratto, Rask, Moreno, Scherzen. Switzerland versus Ireland on the portage. Hats off to Foley.
For Annette Verman, Alsbeta Veverkova, and Carolina Hegedus. The medal ceremony for the under-23 women C1. Please present yourself to the medal holding area right now.
Matt Collins across the line, and behind him from Czech Republic, Yehoda. Miel from France, and the Italian Feligoi. I haven't said that name all day.
Feligoi.
So we're
Japanese boats. They've done one like this.
Yeah, they've got that. Yeah. Thanks.
The last boat on the water is Canadian, because they've just missed getting lapped.
So we're slowly wrapping up what has been another great day here at Lake Yells.
Yeah, and what excites me, Ivan, is that the after-work crowd that pitched in here and just really raised the roof in the closing half of this race throws ahead to the fact that most of them will be back here on the weekend. And we can look forward to some bristling action and some great atmosphere for the spectators in this.
Next across the line there. Just getting a boat number for you if we can.
.316.
Hungary's Oliver Varga. Tough day out for
Very
him.
tough day. It's
New Zealand's Liam Lace. Headed towards the line and being tracked by the second of the Japanese paddlers. Again on -1 laps.
Liam Lace. Cheers in Cambridge, New Zealand for him as he crosses the line. He's been part of the marathon world since 2021. Yosei Sakai.
Suffering a bit of dead leg by the look of it.
Yeah, it's hurting.
That's an unpleasant feeling.
And that hit of cold water normally helps.
Hewitt from Australia.
Good one for Harry Hewitt. It's his first serious season of marathon racing.
Bit of a race to the finish happening in front of us. Which is the race between Ireland and Switzerland.
So, standing here together with the three happy medalists, Ronan Foley, what a race. Congratulations.
Yeah, well, it was a great race. It was very tough out there. There was a lot of burns that I was trying to survive along the way. And yeah, it was a privilege to race against so many strong athletes today.
It was a kind of clear tactic you had, a race plan, saving energy to the final portage and after that.
Yeah, I felt I led a lot, maybe a little bit too much on the first few laps. So I sat back and relaxed before the portages and then just tried to run them hard. So yeah.
That was a great race. Hey. And Philip, you did most of the work and you really set the speed already from the start.
Yeah, I didn't feel so good out there today, so I just tried to take some lead to see how much energy I have left before the last portage.
You didn't feel good? You looked really, really strong and good out there. Dominated everything all the way through.
I feel pretty good in the portages, make some good portages, but on the water I feel I didn't have so much energy, so yeah, that was it.
Pleased with the result anyway?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, the silver medal is the silver. Congratulations, Philip Klein! And the bronze medal to Portugal by Francisco Santos. Congratulations.
Thank you. I need to send a big thanks to my sponsors, my family, my friends, my coaches and all the coaches. And I need to send a big congratulations to the other guys. It was a nice race and difficult race, so I'm really happy with the third place.
What was difficult in the race then?
I don't know. I'm not feeling so well in the portages today, but it was a good result in the end, so I'm really happy with this.
You were such a big group all the race through. Was the speed low there, or was it really tough all the way?
Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was difficult. It was a nice race and tactical race. So another time, I'm really happy with this result.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Three well-worthy medalists: Philip Knudsen, Ronan Foley, and Francisco Santos.
Thanks, Stefan, and thanks to those guys for providing us with a great spectacle. Three really well executed races. Sadly, not everyone can win, but all three go home with a medal. So coming through, this is the final portage here. It was all about Knudsen at this point. Foley, though, looking relaxed. And from there on, it was down to essentially four, and Knudsen couldn't make that last 300 meters stick.
So as we bring down the curtain on this under-23 K1 race, it's time to move to medal ceremonies. And coming up, the awards ceremony for the women's under-23 C1.
So watching the replay. So if you redo this and you're Knudsen, you just need to lead slower, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the women's under-23 C1. These medals will be presented by Terry Best, board member for the International Canoe Federation, and assisted by Jan Reger of the German team. The bronze medal, representing Hungary, Carolina Hegedus. The silver medal, representing the Czech Republic, Alzbita Veverkova. And the gold medal, and the world champion, representing Germany, Annette Wehrmann. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany. Congratulations to the medalists in the C1 women. And thank you to the officials for their duty in the medal presentation ceremony. The final medal ceremony of the afternoon will be the awards ceremony for the under-23 men's K1, and that will take place shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to proceed to the medal ceremony for the under-23 men's K1. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the medalists in the under-23 men's K1. These medals will be presented by Ruud Huiselaar, the board member for the International Canoe Federation, and assisted by Colin Higgins from Team Ireland. The bronze medal, representing Portugal, Francisco Santos. The silver medal, representing Denmark, Philip Knudsen. The gold medal and the world champion, representing Ireland, Ronan Foley. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Ireland. Congratulations to our three medalists, and our thanks to the officials on duty during this medal ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes proceedings on this Friday program of the 2023 ICF Canoe Marathon World Championships. We look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow morning as we resume racing on the Saturday program of the 2023 event. Have a good evening. For those of you that are looking forward to enjoy the rest of this beautiful Friday evening at the venue, there's live performances of music that will be taking place right here at the competition venue. Please feel free to stay and enjoy that with us.